Okay, welcome to the stream. It has been a minute because I have been on vacation. Oh, I was out of town all last week for the most part. I left on Monday, got back on Friday, and boy, I needed a few days to recuperate. But here we are back on Monday, regular streaming day, and hopefully we just get back right into the schedule and do some Monday through Wednesday streaming. We'll see what we can get done this week. Nothing super planned out up until we get it to about October. October, we'll start doing the horror games again. But for the remainder of September, which we are halfway through, we're just going to try to do some simple stuff. So tonight, we're going to kick off a Metal Gear Monday. We're going to get back into Metal Gear Solid Delta, Snake Eater. And we're going to attempt to do a Foxhound run, so that should be interesting. It might be a little bit chaotic. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, though. But yeah, I'm hoping I can get it done. I should be able to get this done in about 4 hours. In-game clock time will probably say something like 2 something, somewhere between 2 and 3 hours, but it's probably going to take us about 4, maybe 5, just in gameplay time. Depends on how hard the bosses kick my ass, but we shall see. We did beat this game last time I streamed. We went through just on normal mode, and we managed to beat it in decent fashion. But there were a couple things that were left unchecked. Some of the special items I did not get. Some of the film reels, which I didn't even know were a thing, I think, when I was streaming last week. Or 2 weeks ago when we were doing this, last time I streamed this, I don't think I even knew that the film reels were a thing you can collect. And I've since come back and collected all those. They were the videos, the hidden videos that were part of the, oh God, what is the name of it? The Secret Theater? The Secret Theater. And you actually needed to grab those videos from some people, so we could probably take a look at those and do some other stuff. We've already done the extra game modes from the last stream, like Snake vs. Monkey and Guy Savage. But yeah, let's go ahead and see. We'll do a New Game Plus, because it'll just be faster. So we'll do it that way. But New Game Plus it to see if we can do a little Foxhound run here. Hey, what's up, Daler? Desolate better be here for the whole show. He usually pops in for a hot minute, but I don't blame him. He's usually got to go to bed or something. He's one of those types of people. Gets up early. For work or personal pleasure, I don't know, but all I can tell you is that ain't me. Not anymore. Okay, new style, extreme, hide tips, sure. We're going to be blitzing through this too, so any cutscenes that we come across we're not watching. You want to see that stuff? I would say watch the VODs, but I actually haven't been uploading them to YouTube because YouTube's been kind of screwing me over on my channel. And I'm waiting to see if something like
Jack, I've got some
falls through with that. So I'm giving a little rest on the VOD uploads. So far, you can only see them on Twitch, so Twitch people, consider yourselves lucky. Also, consider yourselves lucky that I've been buying Amazon Prime because it's been actually useful. And the VODs stay up for much longer than they would if I wasn't, which is usually what happens. I gotta get back into the swing of this, though. I did boot it up a little bit after I got back from the trip just to refamiliarize myself with the controls. But yeah, it's gonna be probably a little bit of a work in progress. We'll see how easy this handles. This is not a cutscene that we can skip through, though. There we go. Get out of here. We don't need no text.
Try to remember some of the...
Oh, I remember it. Think you're going to put this in the vault after you finish it? What does that mean? You won't be coming back to it, or is that some other term for something else? It's been pretty fun. I've put in probably about 70 hours into it already, maybe. And I've dug it. I don't remember what my closing words when we were going over the credits for when I beat it last week was, but there's a very few things that I actually had a problem with. I don't think it'll be my preferred way to play. There are definitely some things that are superior to the original version, but it'll probably be something where I'm like, yeah, I could go for this version or that version. Okay, so one thing we haven't done is we haven't looked at our gear yet. Game almost seemed like it crashed there, so that's good. What the hell? Why did it just give me the easy gun? Hopefully that doesn't dock me. It shouldn't just give you the easy gun. I guess hopefully it registers it if you actually use the damn thing and not just have it in your inventory. He's alive. Welcome, Akuma. Welcome back. Yeah, still kicking. Oh, Daler, always the contrarian. Bottom of your list when it's the fan favorite of quite possibly literally everybody. You know, there's a reason why they decided to remake this game first as opposed to, you know, like 1 or 2. It's because people like it. El Bella Koski, welcome in. First time chatter. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. It's ironic. We are in a post-irony world. Or acid. One of these days I'm going to get around to acid. I'm going to do it. It won't be hard to stream because emulating PSP. It might not look great just because of the resolution. But it'll be easy to like get up there. Even your hatred of Raiden puts 2 above this for you. I don't even understand that. I 2 is always the least of the games that I'd be willing to replay again. 2 is good, and again, it was my first Metal Gear game. I have a lot of nostalgia for it. But 2 is, in my opinion, it's difficult. So if you want a challenge, that's the way to go. But at the same time, it's very, very bland looking. It does have some of the greatest boss battles in the series, hands down. I do think most of the Dead Cell bosses are fantastic. But boy, that is a boring map. It is not fun to look at. It's not fun to navigate. It's not fun to play. In a lot of ways, there's a couple that do some unique things, but for the most part, good lord, that the game is just dry visually. And Metal Gear Solid 1 and Metal Gear Solid 2, or 3 rather, are so diverse, and they're always mixing up where you're going, what you're looking at, what you're doing. It's precise. I mean, I guess all Metal Gear games, the reason why I like Metal Gear games as much as I do is because they offer so much variety in how you can actually approach a game. You can do things in a lot of different ways. And when the games give you more opportunity to do that, I think that's better. And I definitely feel like 3 is more variety. I guess if you're like a speedrunning type or something like that, you probably might get more enjoyment out of 2 because there's not a whole lot of variety. And once you get down to the nitty gritty, I mean, it's like there's not a whole lot of variance you can do if you want to do things as efficiently as possible in any game. So that may be 5. 5 is so open. But, yeah, 2 is definitely not one that I go back to very often. I don't find enjoyment in going back through it again. I find enjoyment in the story. I think the story is great in Metal Gear Solid 2, but I just don't think it's fun to play until you get to the boss battles. Almost arcade-like. Maybe. One of these days I'll play it with a gun up to my head. I've streamed almost every single Metal Gear game. The only ones I haven't done on stream are Survive, both Acids, Portable Ops, and... trying to think of what else. What the hell? Skipped over it. That might be it. I might have done every other one. Wrong one. There we go. I've done Peace Walker. I played Peace Walker a couple times. You're making a Survive overlay. Oh, good lord. About skate? Is it a good skate park? Sure. They kind of make the Big Shell into a skate park in Metal Gear Solid 2. At least if you're doing the subsistence version with the extras. Unfortunately, I don't think it includes it in the HD editions. They never included that in like the Legacy collections or anything, did they? Those bastards. Those bastards over at Blue Point always cheaping out. Doing the bare minimum. Ah, crap. They, stop giving me that. God damn. I ain't gonna need that either. And that 1911 is coming right out. Peace Walker's another one of those games where I actually don't mind the gameplay. We were talking about it a little bit before on one of the streams I was doing with Delta. And somebody came in here, it might have been Lane, but I had asked if he had ever played Peace Walker because it sort of connected, you know, it's connected more so to this game than I think any other game. And he's like, yeah, but the boss battles are like really like not fun to play. They're all damage spongy. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. The boss battles are like the weakest boss battles in the game, whether it's the AI things or the damn like tanks and the APCs. Good lord, they take a long time. Those boss battles are not fun. The maps are okay-ish, but I don't really like the map system, and I never liked the mission structure. I never liked it up until Metal Gear Solid 5. I always preferred the structure that was set in every other Metal Gear game, going back to the original one on the MSX, as opposed to like everything else that they came up with for Peace Walker and after with 5, and probably Survive. I haven't booted that one up yet. But yeah, the mission-based structure is definitely not my favorite type of gameplay. And again, it's one of those, Peace Walker's one of those where I like the story. It's similar to Metal Gear Solid 2. I think the story's great, but it's drawn out so long. I would rush at the chance to play Metal Gear Solid 2 over Peace Walker again, just because Peace Walker takes so long to complete. You need to, like, it's a time commitment. And that ain't time I got. Kind of the same feeling with Metal Gear Solid 5. It's like it takes so long to get through all that. I'm just like dreading when I actually need to do it. I forget what I like to do here. It's been a minute since I've done anything extreme. Oh, I think the hardware is fine with Peace Walker, even if it's on the PSP. You know, you got the HD edition versions. Oh, you know what I like to do? Forgot I did this. Got that old spirit camo for a reason. Yeah, the art is fantastic with Peace Walker. The cutscenes are great. I think it's well written. Again, it's one of those things where I love the story with it, but boy, it's just like, oh shit. God damn it. He was facing the other direction. Okay, here's the nice thing about this one is that you don't need to save in every single location. You can just load up the autosave and you're good. That was our first alert though, so. But yeah, it's a fantastic story. I love the characters in it. I love the development that happens in it, but it just takes too long to get through, and the mission structure, when you're doing like a main mission, it's fine, I think, but it does get a little bit old, like the more you get into it. I feel like it's one of those games that overstays its welcome for sure. But again, it was just kind of the mentality of the way it was developed, because it was supposed to be a portable game. It was supposed to be something that you could pick up at any given point. You know, you could put it in your pocket and then you could, just whip it out when you felt like it. It wasn't one of those games, like we tend to do on streams, where we just play something for long durations. It was really made with the portable mindset in mind. So it makes sense for the platform. I don't think it makes as much sense for Metal Gear Solid 5. But I guess the mission structure is short enough where it's not, like, super egregious. Shit. It took so damn long. I thought I was being smart this time around. I'm like, oh no, I'll go behind him. But it took so damn long to sidle across that little thing that it just didn't end up working out. God damn it. But it's still a fun game. I don't think there's any, like, the only Metal Gear games that I truly dislike are Twin Snakes and Revengeance. And even then, I hate the tone and the writing with Revengeance, but the gameplay is okay-ish. I just wish the parry system was a little bit better. Twin Snakes is just a lost cause, though. That game just pisses me off thinking about it. Well, kind of. Kojima does a lot of things for his kid. It's the reason why he worked on that Boktai game series, because, he thought his kid would enjoy a game that he could take outdoors and stuff. Peace Walker, I don't think necessarily was a game that was a product of, although it might have been there partially, because I think what the deal was that his kid liked the PSP and his kid liked Monster Hunter, and the developers that they, worked with to make Peace Walker also made Monster Hunter. That's why they have the crossover in there and everything. So I think there were elements of that, but Peace Walker originally wasn't even a game that he was working on. It wasn't until, like, I think he had just come into the studio, because it was going to be another one of those situations where he was just working on portable, or he was completely absent from it outside of just, like, peeking in every once in a while, and the team was working on it solo like they did with Portable Ops. And we all know how Portable Ops turned out, but it was like, I think the way I remember the story going was that he came into the office one day to see what they were up to, and he was like, oh yeah, you guys might need a little direction here. And it's probably for the best, because Portable Ops was a little not great in some regards. That's why we call it poops. Very, very correct. So it's probably for the best that he came in, but it was originally a game that he wasn't even going to be a part of. It wasn't until he, like, came in after the fact, and he was like, oh. we might need a little more direction here. So I think it ended up being better for it, but I do think that, according to the way that was relayed, that it wasn't originally supposed to even be a game that he was working on. I'll tell you what we need to do, though. Might need that later. Stun grenades we're not gonna need. be fine with that. Did you finish Portable Ops after picking it up again? The second time around? Or did that not fly? I almost want to do it. I would need to see how long it takes to beat on how long to beat, but I would almost want to do it just to like experience it again, record it, and that's it. I never have to play it again. But boy, that game ain't great. Like as a portable Metal Gear experience, I'm sure you could do worse. I don't think I really do think that's the worst portable game. And that's taken into consideration, you know, a lot of different factors with Acid and Acid 2 and, you know, Peace Walker and Ghost Babel. Ghost Babel, which is an excellent game, by the way. It's on par with the MSX ones, but... Oh, boy. Yeah, that game is rough around the edges. Oh my god, he died. Yes, I'm playing this on PC. It performs beautifully. There was some issues, and that always happens with PC games, where people will say, oh, it runs like shit, or whatever. But I played this game at launch, and I never had a problem with it. It's crashed on me twice, and that's it. And then I don't think I've ever had like any sort of frame stuttering or anything outside of the complex where Granon's at, and it's really just the one section that's got all the officers and the scientists when you first walk in. That's really the only spot in the game where I've actually had issues with like the frame rate. It does not. No, this one also has Snake versus Monkey. I'm assuming just because Sony has its presence on PC now. So they haven't felt the need to abandon PC. I think we were talking about this when I was doing it on the last stream when I was playing Snake vs. Monkey, but apparently the Xbox version has Bomberman, because obviously the Ape Escapes apes are Sony property, and it would... I mean, these days, you know, nothing's really unheard of, but I think it still would be a little bit weird to have a Microsoft console have you know, like Sony IPs. So yeah, they had to come up with their own thing, which is Bomberman, which is an interesting idea. It almost makes me want to get that version if I get a physical copy of it, just because I want to see. It'll be such a minor difference, but just to see that minor difference. Now these guys, I always check them. It does take a little bit of time, but I think it's worth it because the Ocelots have unique gear. The two most important things is that there's going to be two of them that have batteries. So you want to make sure you get those, because you're going to need the thermal goggles for a couple different boss battles. So at least get the batteries. Those are going to be the most important things, but there's also going to be some other stuff too. Look, I got one battery from one, I got another battery from another one. And that's all we need. But I'll still go around and grab the other stuff, because I think some of them's got like rations, possibly some noodles. You get suppressors, all of it, like a suppressor right there. They're all very good. Got a claymore. I think you get some TNT. What's up, Desolate? Didn't I beat this already? I thought I was doing new games that were short like Rockstar's Manhunt. Well, if things go according to plan, we're going to be able to beat this again in one stream, hopefully. Thanks for popping in, though. There he is. Bomberman from that one futuristic Bomberman game on the Xbox. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. That was an early Xbox title, but yeah, the Xbox exclusive Bomberman rework that had like the... He wasn't like a soldier, but he was like, I don't know, he looked like some big... It did not look like Bomberman. I think that's the most important thing. He's like some big hunkin' guy. But yeah, I didn't necessarily feel like starting up a new game. I am still reeling after that trip, man. For those that don't know, I went to San Francisco and I was there for about 4 days. And boy, that took it out of me because I walked an ungodly amount for me for about the duration of my stay there. I think it was like 6 miles one day, it was 13 miles another day, it was 10 miles one day, and I think it was 12 on one of the last ones, and that was a lot of walking. This guy moved. He usually doesn't move. I don't know where he went to. Snake vs. Bomberman looks pretty good. I want to check it out again. If I get a physical copy of this game, I might even just get the Xbox One just to see what it's like. But I kind of would like to get the trophies on PlayStation since that's my, go-to. But it's whatever. Doesn't matter that much. Maybe if it's like really cheap. Apparently this game didn't sell all that well, so it might go on a pretty deep discount at some point. Did I leave my heart in San Francisco? It certainly felt like it. I've seen you post your pictures, but do you hike 19 miles day after day after day? Because I did this all consecutively. When I went through, I'd get up, I'd have to walk because I had no transportation. But I'd have to go find, something to eat, make sure I grab a bottle of water, and then, I would just start walking. And boy, did I. Chain smoke while you hike, be a man. The bikes were painful. I was talking with Akuma about this off stream, but it was my intention to do a rent-a-bike system that they have in San Francisco. It's provided by like a company called Lyft or something like that. And there were 2 problems with the bike. One, San Francisco is a very hilly city. There is pretty much nothing but hills. And for where I was placed, everywhere I had to go was about uphill, unless I wanted to go along the piers, which I already did on the first day. 2, I hadn't ridden a bike in 20 years. And I had to ride on the street because the bike lanes, they put like smack dab in the middle of the street. And holy shit, that scared me because there were cars whizzing by and I was real wobbly. So that didn't work out. I biked for about a mile and then I'm like, I'd rather just walk. And so I gave up on that idea. It was an idea. I thought it would be fun, but it just didn't end up working out. Maybe if I buy a bike and I get more comfortable on it, I'll be more acclimated to the idea and the procedure. But yeah, that did not work out the way I wanted it to.
Freeze.
Come on, buddy. Let's take you away from that swamp because I don't want to accidentally kill you.
Freeze.
You can just sit right your ass right there. That's the idea. Next April, you plan on doing 450 miles of hiking in less than 30 days. Well, good for you. But again, that's not the type of activity that I normally do. And I would say that, averaging around 10 miles a day for 4 days straight was pretty rough on me. I was dizzy for 3 days since getting back. My left foot is a little bit swollen. So I'm waiting for most of that to calm down before I start getting back into my workout routines. but it's a hell of a thing. I'm glad I managed to actually push through it. Because I did see some sights. And they were very nice. Maybe one of these days I'll go back. Oh, there's no caution. He's asleep. How dare you tell me to get caution alerted? Oh yeah, I should probably put that on, huh? Yeah, you're just seeing things. Well, it's one of those things. Usually when I do some sort of physical activity, and I started kind of more intense workouts in probably the month and a half prior to going there. And it's one of those things where it's like I never really feel much of anything while I'm doing it. Oh, God damn it. Just gonna have to do that. This guy's moving way too damn fast. So while I was actually there, I didn't feel much of any problems. My boots were cutting into my left foot. It was the seam of the tongue, which I think is what added to the swelling. But yeah, that was probably the biggest problem. And it was only doing it when I was walking uphill, which unfortunately was a lot of the time I was there. Because, again, where I was stationed was right at the bay. That was where my hotel was, so that would be my starting point every day. I'd start off at the bay, and then if I wanted to walk into the city, I would have to go uphill at some point. So when I started going uphill, like the seam at the tongue of my boot would cut into my foot a little more, and I think it added to like more swelling after the fact. It did not end up being that great.
Freeze.
I was going to make the most of it. I had not been to San Francisco in a little over 20 years. I had gone a few times because I had a family member there, and I wanted to see pretty much everything I had seen back in the day, if not a little bit more. And, you know, again, it was one of those things where it's like you kind of have to sort of plan out what you're doing, but at the same time, you don't really know how to because you don't like live there. So the whole time I was there, I was looking up different apps that I could use for, you know, Google Maps obviously was a big one, but like different apps I could use for like public transportation if I needed to do that, and different like little light rail systems where the cable cars went. And I would usually use those to like get back. It was cheaper than doing like an Uber every time, but I would always, most of the trips I made were like one way. I'd go all the way out to where I wanted to, and then I wouldn't walk the way back because that would just double it. Instead of walking 13 miles, which I think is about like the width of San Francisco in its entirety, I had to do like, you know, like 26 if I was walking all the way back. So I would do the 13 miles, and then I'm like, okay, time to find a bus. So it just ended up working out that way. Otherwise, I might be in a whole lot more world of hurt. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun while I was down there. I did get to see quite a bit. Before I start working out again, I need to make sure that got all the Charlie horses gone. Piss is a good shade of yellow. It's been a lot of water recently. Piss is a sort of opaque, clear white. Okay, any boss battle that you have, you don't need to have any suppressors on, so I'm not going to waste them. I did switch to the Grenadier. This does not count against you when you're trying to do some of the higher ranks. So with the grenade camouflage, I can just spam grenades as much as I want. Probably not going to do that right at this point, but it'll be handy, I think. Get rid of that. I don't want that thing on me. Shut up, Ocelot.
I've never felt a tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
I can imagine for speedrunners, this is probably infuriating because you can't skip this.
Time is exhilarating.
So you just have to watch him continually get better at reloading. If you can do this like really fast though and get like nothing but headshots, you can beat this battle super, super quick. Shit. You can do a fair bit of damage. The other thing that's not a bad idea to equip is the Ozcam. I don't think it was like this in the original version of the game. I want to say in the original version of the game, the Ozcam was 1/3 damage reduction, so it wasn't even as good as the you know, the sneaking suit that you get. The sneaking suit was always the best because the sneaking suit provided half damage. But in this version, I think it's just this version too, in Delta, Ozcam reduces damage by 2/3, which is crazy to me. I think that's nuts. Shit. Oh shit. It's the wrong one, Ocelot. I apologize. Oh, the other thing I want to do is make sure I save during the boss battles too.
You going to save?
Because I am prone to sometimes messing this up, which isn't great.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Because sometimes if I die, I'll continue, and if you continue, that counts against you if you're trying to do a Foxhound rank. But if you reload the autosave, it negates that. It just puts you back to the start of the battle before you actually did the continue. Sometimes I forget, and I'll just like keep on playing after the continue. So I want to make sure that I have the boss battle saved, because it would negate that. I did have the wrong gun out just a second ago though, so I had some wasted shots with the little Ocelot there. What you can do with the Grenadier is do the stun grenades, and they will kind of like put him out in the open where he's prone to getting a headshot. So it can be handy, but he does have to be out in the open. He's not just going to put himself out there if he's already hiding. So you have to wait until he's actually out somewhere. Usually you could tell based on the music. Oh, shot his hat off, but I didn't manage to get him. Oh shit. Okay. I've already screwed this battle up. Oh no. He had about a bar left until he was dead. I do like the little instances, and I want to say that they weren't in the original. If they were very subtle, because I don't remember noticing them before. But like with this battle, the longer the battle goes on, the more wasps start to enter the area, obviously, or the hornets. So obviously it signifies that, you know, the pain is making his way over here. And then with Volgan, the longer into the battle you go in that one, the more overcast it becomes, and then the thunderclouds start rolling in, which I think is a super neat touch, because it's a foreshadowing for what happens at the end of that battle. And I don't remember that happening in the original. I really don't.
What's the matter? Coming to your assistance. Take them.
Again, the good thing about the grenades is if you could stun him, it guarantees a headshot every time, pretty much, because he's just going to be standing there. So. Shit. However, if he lands a couple of hits on you, you're pretty much done for.
Damn! Like fair! Tension like this before. That's so different from simply changing a clip.
Okay, I'm actually going to reload this because I think I'm just too low on health. We shall try it again. Oh, I was way off on that, Jesus.
Major, backing you up. Fire! You won't get away from me!
Oh, man. Going back to the trip, there was a number of things I did that first day. Again, I was kind of like in the financial district, like right in the Bay Area. So that first day, I just went up and down the piers, went up to Pier 39, which was much more of a tourist trap than I remember it being. I remember it being kind of tourist trappy as a kid, but I do not remember it being nearly as bad as it was. It was still fun. There were still some things I remember doing there. I did not go investing, no. I just happened to have a free hotel room that was in the financial district. It was a great placement too. Like, had I been paying for that room by myself though, holy shit. I did take a look at the prices for the week I was there. The prices for the rooms ranged from like $1,200 to $1,500 a night, which is insane. So I really lucked out on that one. But holy shit. Yeah, the prices for that room, they've come down. I took a look this week to see what the prices were, and I don't know if it was just like there's some big event that happens at that time for businesses or what. But like I looked for this week and it was like $300 a night, maybe. So I mean, that's, to me, that's still expensive, but you know, it's a far cry from $1,500. God damn. Oh shit. There we go. You only needed one more shot. I was worried I wasn't going to be able to get it in him. Oh wow, it's a lot more brighter than it usually is. I wonder why. Alright, one thing I like to do in these quiet areas is equip the Patriot, because I could just use the unlimited ammunition to, like, get stuff. For instance, like, you know, an animal or a mushroom. And the Patriot, even though it does have infinite ammo, does not count against you. So you can just grab this shit as much as you want. Also, another thing that's not a bad idea, if you're low on health like I currently am, you can either wear the DPM camo or the, oh, what's it? The white tuxedo. It doubles the health regeneration rate. So right now, I'm not really expecting to run into any trouble up until we get to the next boss battle. So, not a bad thing to have equipped. But yeah, I went up to Pier 39, saw the seals. They had these little, I remember them as a kid, and they were still there. They had these little miniature donuts that they fry like right in front of you. And I got a little pack of those. There was a Hard Rock Cafe there, which was not there the first time around. And I got a couple family members that like stuff there, so grabbed a couple souvenirs. I don't think we need anything else. And then walked back, but that was just the first day, and I was already about like halfway through the day, just because, you know, I landed at about what time was it? Maybe 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. I got a seal. Nah, you can't bring those back with you. I asked. It's the same shit that they did before, though. They got these little, I don't even know what they are. There's like this, it's like this little flotilla that's right across from Pier 39. And the seals just know to go there. They just camp out there. I mean, seals swim all through the Bay Area. You know, when I was walking up and down on the waterfront, sometimes I'd look out there and I would see something bobbing in the water. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I took a little closer look, and usually it was a seal. Every once in a while, there's like an actual swimmer out there. I'm like, good Lord. I stuck my hand in the water when I was at the beach on one of the days I was there, and the water was freezing. But I'm sure they take the necessary precautions and everything. Still, it was actually pretty hot. Every day I was walking, I want to say it was probably about 70 degrees or so. Between 70 and 75, which I consider fairly warm. But it was more humid than anything. I was sweating every single day. I did dress in layers, though. I was usually wearing a jacket. I think one day I tied it around my waist because the sun had broken through a little bit more, but for the most part it was overcast. But it wasn't a terrible time to visit. I kind of imagined that summertime would be a little bit worse, but I don't actually know. Okay. We can spare a little time. Usually if I finish one of these, the in-game clock will set at somewhere between 2 and 3 hours. So I think we'll be okay, but
Not too bad.
big thing is that we have a boss battle coming up, and it is possible to lose a decent amount of health. So I want to make sure that I'm not too low.
Pretty tasty.
Let's see. There's also a little trick I can do that I didn't do when we fought this guy last time. That involves some hornet nests. I want to have that out. I also want to make sure I have grenades. No, not grenades. Hold on. Smoke grenades. There you go. And I did make a point to bring this up before. I was like, boy, I seem to remember that like smoke grenades had something effective against the pain. And they do. They completely disperse his hornets. When he has the hornet armor, it just completely disperses them. So it's actually much more effective to use that than go through the hassle of using the shotgun or just the regular grenades. But on the second day, boy, what was the second day? The second day was the day I went up to the Golden Gate Bridge. That was another time where I walked up the piers again. And that was also the day that I tried to do the rent-a-bike system, which we talked about a little early in the stream. But the the bike did not end up working out. And good Lord, like not even, like you would think my legs would hurt, which they kind of did while I was riding it. But, you know, not after the fact. My legs weren't sore from the bike. But what was sore was like, you know, I don't even know what area to call that. It's the area where you sit on the bike seat, like on my person. That was sore for like 2 days. I wasn't even on that bike for more than 30 minutes, I don't think. It sucked. I don't know. Maybe it was just that particular seat or something, but that wasn't, it just ended up being a bad experience altogether. Like during and post for a couple days. I definitely do regret trying to rent a bike, but there were a lot of people riding bikes out there. I'm sure if you're like used to that kind of punishment, probably wouldn't be a bad idea. I did not jump. I didn't jump anywhere really, but I especially didn't jump off the Golden Gate Bridge. But I went up the Pierce area and I kept walking until I saw the big dome from the Palace of Fine Arts. So I saw that in the distance and I just headed over that way. And that's kind of like in the Presidio section of the city. So I went through there and took a look at the Palace of Fine Arts. Very beautiful building. I sort of wish I would have seen it at night because it looks better at night when it's all lit up. But it's still nice to look at during the day. And near the Presidio, there's One Letterman Lane, I think it is. It's but there's like, I think it's like a college area, but there's also business facilities there. And Lucasfilm Studios is there. Which I thought was really neat. I don't really like much of what they do now, but I certainly did in the past. And I went over there. There was the Yoda statue, bronze statue of Yoda atop a fountain. So I went to see that, and they let you walk into the lobby, and you could take pictures in the lobby in Lucasfilm Studios. And they got nice little pictures there of some of the staff. There's a big picture. I think it's got Brad Bird, not Brad Bird. What's his name? Ray. He's the sound engineer. I forget. Brad Bird's a director. He used to work on The Simpsons. But the sound engineer, whose name I forget, Dave Filoni. They had George Lucas front and center. So see all that kind of stuff. There was some autographed memorabilia from things like Indiana Jones. So it was a neat little dressed up little lobby section. Nothing too crazy. Most of the props, quote unquote, that they had there weren't necessarily props, but they were like stuff from Sideshow Collectibles, which like I own. So it's not very hard to get a hold of. It's expensive, yes. But yeah, those aren't exactly anything like too crazy, but it was still cool. Glad I got to see some of that. Walked around the studios for a bit. They had I noticed in one of the windows they had like a Ahsoka statue, like a life-size one. I saw her like peeking out from behind one of the windows. I'm like, oh, there's a little Ahsoka there. So I took a picture of that. But otherwise, yeah, they don't let you like walk around or anything like that. It was just cool to be there, I guess. But after walking through the Presidio section, I went over back to kind of the waterfront area, and I walked around like the kind of marshland spots that they have there. Crissy Field is around that area. So I kind of took a look at most of that, and then I was almost kind of right underneath the Golden Gate Bridge. Wasn't like exactly there, but it was like close enough. I could have gone a little bit further, but I didn't know what was over there. Apparently it's some kind of like fort. I guess it's a public area, but it looked run down to the point where it looked like almost kind of freaky. So I was like, I think I'll skip out on that. I guess in retrospect, I kind of wish I would have maybe, what am I trying to do here? I'm trying to save. Would have maybe walked down that area, but I don't know. Maybe next time. Yeah, waiting for a Yoda statue that is like 8 feet tall to throw people off. I think it was actually life size, because it was only about like 2-3 feet, something like that. The one that they have stationed out there. I don't know that they'd ever make a life size one. Around that area, though, where Lucasfilm was, there was all sorts of bronze statues from all sorts of people that I would have to assume were like entertainers and filmmakers. Because they all had something to do with like they all had like cameras and like picture boxes and stuff like that. But they all looked really, really old. So they were like people from like the 20s and 30s from the looks of it. So it's kind of interesting. But at the same time, I didn't really know. God damn it. Why does this thing never land? I didn't really know who any of those people were, so I didn't take any of the pictures of those. But they were kind of cool that they had them there. Okay. That didn't work. Oh, there it goes. So what's supposed to happen is you're supposed to throw a hornet's nest down anywhere, really. It doesn't need to be anywhere specific. And it will land thusly. And what you can do after that is the hornets will not attack you. Hopefully. You can see how they're kind of like swarming the nest over there. But it's not 100% guaranteed to work in your favor. So it's just kind of finicky. It is something nice to have, and it also makes a food item that is necessary if you want to get 100% food completion. But otherwise, it's just kind of like a neat trick. So now he's got his hornet armor. So now I could use those smoke grenades to great effect. Shit. The Tommy gun is dangerous. You don't want to be in the area for that one. He can even shoot me from here. He could shoot pretty deep underwater. It seems to be like on this rock. If you're behind it, he doesn't really have access to you. So sometimes it's fine to like evade him, but I swear to God, I've seen his bullets clip through the rock. I know for a fact that they do on the other one too. So it's not like 100% foolproof. You can swim underwater too, but as you saw, I still got hit, so. Not that great. Okay, oh shit, Jesus. This is one thing I think I mentioned previously. The animations, everything in this game, but the animations in particular take a lot longer than they do in the original version. I booted up the original version of this game just for like a hot second to make a quick comparison because I wanted to see some of the differences early on in the game. And holy shit, like you don't realize it, but the game is so much faster. And it's like I played that game a lot, and I couldn't even pick up on the fact that... Oh, we don't need to do that. I couldn't even pick up on the fact that it was as fast as it was. I'm getting chewed up by these hornets, too. But what killed me there, just a second ago, was the fact that Snake's diving animation takes so damn long to execute. Also, it's harder to execute in this game. You can dive and go immediately underwater. As soon as you hit the dive button, or the roll button off the edge, you pretty much have to hold circle too. And I just want to, like, I feel like in the original version that it wasn't as hard to execute. Like you pretty much just roll and hold the roll button, and you're automatically underwater. There we go. Okay, we had a pretty good little break there where the hornets weren't attacking me. It wasn't until that last little second, and they already did a decent amount of damage. Oh, that's bullshit. I gotta sit there and wait for his Tommy gun animation to play while there was a grenade coming right at me. Fortunately, it did freeze the grenade progress, but it seemed like it wasn't going to. Generally speaking, if I want to attack him, I want to be over here. That wasn't wearing my grenade camo. Oops. Oh shit. It was a good thing we ended it there, otherwise that thing would have blown up in my face. Dive! God damn it. Sometimes it feels like the buttons just don't register. If he yells grenade, he knows where you are. Tapped him right on the shoulder there. Shit. Okay. Oh boy. So now I can see if the DPM camo can give me a little bit of health regeneration here, but it's probably not going to matter that much. This, I want to say, is the hardest boss battle. I thought the Fury was for a long time, but when I figured like a good method for tactical reload, he didn't end up being as much of a problem. He's still pretty bad. I want to say maybe he's second worst, but the pain is a pain in the ass, as you would probably suspect. That might be it. Hold on. Oh, hey. The Hornets actually protected me from that blast. I was almost ready to reload right there. He's so close to being dead, though. Oh, shit. I didn't. I was not aware that he had the Tommy gun out. Alright. This is definitely one that I figured I was going to have to redo a couple times. So I am not at all surprised. But, yeah. So right there, he was shocked that the Hornets were not attacking me as he would have preferred. I don't know where he threw that. I think it just threw that right on the surface of the water. I would suspect that you could probably get used to the arc of these damn grenade, or not the grenades, but the damn tranq bullets. They're the biggest pain in the ass, though. The fact that the Mosin Nagant doesn't carry over as a weapon, unlike the original version of this game, is such a detriment. And now you do get other things, so I probably shouldn't complain. Because, like, the AT camo is super, super handy. It might as well be stealth camo. But yeah, the lack of Mosin Nagant makes these battles so much harder because you're stuck with using the Mark 22 until you beat the end. And to me, that's just a little rough around the edges. But it's especially worse in Delta because in the original, the tranq gun did not have an arc to its bullets. Wherever you aimed, wherever those crosshairs were, they would fire directly into the enemy, also known as hit scan. And by gum, that just isn't the case anymore. Oh. Guess I threw that past him. So now you gotta do this shit where you're, you have to aim down first person sights, and that ain't fun. Is it doable? Sure, but it's another one of those things where it's rough. I lost track of where I was for a second. Okay, remember he could still hit us from this angle. Probably means I should equip the Ozcam. Oh, son of a bitch. I thought he was throwing the attractant at me. Okay. Well, that's one hurdle taken care of. Actually, from here on out, it's not as bad. Again, I think the pain might be the worst. It might be the worst boss just because you don't have the gear necessary to make this easier. So again, while we're kind of in between our major events here, we can go ahead and equip that double life regeneration camouflage and keep going. Anyway, after also getting past the, or getting to Golden Gate Bridge, I was spent that day, so called an Uber. And believe it or not, my first Uber. I know Uber's been a thing for a long, long time. I remember seeing it when it first, like, started becoming a thing. All the way back in, like, the early-ish 2010s. I remember seeing Uber drivers down at CES during, you know, in Las Vegas during CES. And I'm like, phew, that looks stupid. Who'd want to, like, trust a non-reputable, like, person driving them around? And good Lord, everybody takes an Uber these days. I don't need to because I own a car and I don't, like, travel a lot to places I've never been to. So it's never really been a necessity for me. But, yeah, big cities like that, it's probably for the best. I'm not a big conversationalist, though, and I've heard, like, a lot of stories of, like, Uber drivers that just want to converse about nonsense. And I was like, oh my God, please. I know there's, like, there's a big Asian population. I was hoping I'd get, like, a Chinese driver or something that didn't speak a whole lot of English. And I'm like, just please don't let me, because I knew it was going to be a long ride. I'm like, I don't want to be in no awkward conversations with anybody. I just probably want to be on my phone, send out some messages to some people I know, and that's about it. I don't want to talk about whatever small talk. Small talk is death. I never enjoyed it. And I didn't get a Chinese driver, but I did get an Indian one. And he didn't, he also didn't talk that much. He had some crazy music on, though. And that music that you hear, like, during, like, a lot of the Bollywood films and stuff. Where it's just, like, a lot of, there's a steady rhythm, but there's, like, a lot of chanting and screaming and stuff going on. It was like that. Fortunately, he didn't have it on too loud. I didn't really mind it either way, but it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, all right. Interesting choice of music. These guys almost never catch me under their little searchlights. Probably just swim all the way to the end there, but I didn't fully have my stamina up, so I wasn't sure how well that was going to go over. Son of a bitch, there's a light right there. Also lost a little bit of health. That's right, no one here after all. Third day was the roughest when I was down in San Francisco. Holy shit. That was the day where I walked across the entire width of the city, the breadth of it. I started off at my hotel again as usual. Waterfront, west end of San Francisco. Made my way all clear end to the eastern seaboard. I took a cable car, one of the old-fashioned trolleys. It was really nice right at the hotel that I was at. They had a cable car that parked right in front of the hotel. Like, right in front of it. You just walk out and there it is. God damn it. So, I was trying to figure out how to get what they call a Clipper card. I think it is. And the Clipper card is like a card you store money on so that you can take public transportation. And normally you should be able to do it via like an app. And goddamn, I tried to do that and it just would not let me. I think it might have been like an issue with like my bank or something like that. Like my bank wasn't letting the card go through, but I called and I'm like, hey, this is me. You know, let this go through because I need to be able to get around here. And I talked to a live person and everything, and they're like, okay, you should be all set up and you're good to go. And for whatever reason, it just would not take it. I tried it the next day and it just didn't work. So I was trying to figure out how to get like a physical one because I know they exist. But when I saw that I could get a ticket for a cable car, I got one. And then I realized that an all-day pass was good for transportation, for any municipal transportation, buses, light rails. I think the only thing it didn't work for was the rapid transit system, their big subway system. I think that was the only thing where it didn't work on. So I'm like, whatever. I don't really plan on using that one anyway. But I took the cable car up from the hotel to about as far as it would go, and it didn't go that far. I want to say probably it only went about like a mile and a half, if even that. They don't move that fast either, but I don't know. It was a cool experience. What the hell? I swear I've gone this way before and I don't remember that guy freaking out. Might have been because I had taken so long because the other guy tried to come and investigate me. Let's try this again. I think I'll probably get it this time around. Seeing what all these losers do. Oh, I just realized that the health bar was there. The end. Okay, I need a better camouflage, but I don't really know what works here. Guess I could try tree bark. That works for me.
Freeze. Freeze.
Okay, so far so good. I think I need, especially after that last battle, I definitely need some trank ammo, but I think there's some over here. Okay, we got one. I guess it'll have to do for now. Oh, shit. Wait a second, there's something over here. What is that? Oh, night vision goggles. The thing about this game, because I've willfully ignored some gear, I just don't need to pick it up, so it's not necessary. But with this game, they do allow you to pick up gear in different spots. So, like, if you happen to miss it from one section, you have the potential to pick it up elsewhere, which I think is neat. need any of that. Okay. I think for this section, I probably want to have the spirit camo. Still have it down here, don't I? Oh, I have the woodland version. That should work. Look at those packs shake. %90 camo rating, I think I should probably get by. Delta is really forgiving with the camouflage, although with a high percentage like that, you would kind of figure, like, okay, I could probably sneak past most of these people. But, yeah, comparatively to the original version, you could have 90%, and it does not make a lick of difference, because it's like if you're moving just a little bit too fast or something like that, somebody's going to pick up on you. See, this guy even saw me, and I was sneaking. I missed that shot, damn it.
What's wrong?
What do you think is wrong? Man's asleep, sir. Don't disturb him. Okay, that guy got knocked out. Suppressor for a Mark 22. Not the item for the Mark 22 that I was hoping I would get, but whatever. Oh, hang on a sec. We're full up on food.
What can I say?
Probably means we should eat a couple things. Didn't need to eat those for health necessarily, but they do recharge your batteries, as we all know. I'm gonna shake this guy a couple times, see if he gives me some tranks. There is one in this forest area, I'm like 90% sure. It might only occur if you're low on ammo and during the boss battle. I guess I don't know for certain, but I know I've picked up some tranks somewhere in this forested area. I just don't never remember where it is exactly. You'd think I'd be able to see it with thermal goggles on, but no luck. But anyway, I took the cable car up, thinking about it. I haven't finished what I was talking about. I took the cable car up about as far as it went, which I only think was maybe like a mile or something like that, and I just kept walking from there. Watch out for the predator. Yeah, that's going to happen in a bit. He'll be cloaked and camouflaged and everything. Actually, what the hell am I wearing?
Very good.
Let me, What's up, Uni Reina? Welcome back. Very good. Thank you. When I got off of the cable car, man, I kind of wanted to go through some of the spots that it stopped at. It stopped, like, right before Chinatown. I would have liked to have gone through and seen that, but I didn't. That was one of those places I remember going when I was a kid. Walking through Chinatown. I remember it stunk, but walking through the city as much as I did, it pretty much everywhere stunk, so... Oh, Akuma's familiar with Snake Eater, I think. It's basically the same thing. He's got his little cloak unit on. Stealth camouflage. But that was the brutal one. I was talking about how it felt like my boot, like the seam at the tongue of my boot was cutting into my foot, and it only happened uphill. That's when I took the most punishment, because that walk on that day, when I was like smack dab in the middle of the city, that was nothing but uphill. And I had to brake a couple times. I didn't want to sit on anybody's porch or anything like that, because pretty much a lot of that, once you get past the business sector or like the judicial or whatever, it's because there was like a couple courts and city hall and stuff like that. Once you get past that, it's nothing but neighborhoods, which is crazy. Very few shops. I mean, there are a few cafes and things here and there. You get little mom and pop like delis and stuff, but not a whole lot. It's mostly like townhouses, condos, actual houses, but they're all just like crammed up against each other. For me, just living in a suburban area, it just looks weird to me. 65%, is that how much you're familiar with the game? Vacation was very fun. I was just talking about a couple of the places that I went to. But yeah, it was mostly uphill, and it was brutal to get through. And when I was in the residential area, I happened to come across Alamo Square. It wasn't even something I was looking for, but I just happened to walk like right next to Alamo Square, and then I was like, oh hey, the Painted Ladies are there. So I went over to that direction. Painted Ladies were featured, and I think mostly you see them, most people probably know them from Full House. I know when I shared them in, when I shared them in Daler's little Discord, he recognized them. He's like, oh, hey, those are the Full House houses. I'm like, yep. They were in Mrs. Doubtfire. They've been in a number of different things. It's pretty much synonymous with San Francisco, like residential areas, but you know, they're just some nice looking Victorian style houses that are in the city. They're not really anything special, but the fact that they've been utilized so often and so many different things, it's like, if you're around the area, you might as well. You know the gist of it, I'm guessing, and some fun facts. Need that cigarette gas spray, that's for sure. Make sure I grab that. Handkerchief, not so much. Oh, shut up back there. Is he actually coming in here? You little bitch. I don't think I've ever had that happen. I'm just gonna reload the area. He was way over there too. I've never had it where he just like walked over that far. And the fact that the other scientists weren't moving either, that was just like a world of hurt. I could knock him out, but I don't know, that area's got a guard in it too. And then the other two scientists that are walking around, it could be an issue. Oh shit. God. Pathfinding issue. Okay, he threw up a question mark, so that usually means that they're not going to investigate. I do have to wait for these assholes to get in their chair, though, otherwise they're going to pull the same shit. And granted, when I actually get into that room, that's not going to be a problem. Yeah, see, he even spotted me from behind. He's like, wait a second, I don't know the back of your head. Shut up. Should have punched him. That'd be a guaranteed alert. If you kill an enemy and a vulture eats the body and you eat the vulture, the soldier will comment on it during the Sorrow fight. The Sorrow comments on it? I know that Paramedic comments on it. Paramedic is like, Snake, did you eat a vulture? It's like, oh, I think you might be a cannibal. It might be several different conversations on it, but I know for sure the Paramedic one. Major might even come in and say something. Okay, we're done here. There's nothing we need to grab or anything, so we just head right on out. I think we can use the moss camo to some effect once we get out, though, so I might put that on just for an easy stamina recovery where I don't have to pull out any food. Ew. The idea is that the vultures in the area feed off of the soldiers, so then if, in turn, Snake eats one of the vultures, it's almost like Snake is eating the soldiers. And then they question the ethics of it. Okay. Oh, the Ghost of the Soldier. Probably. I rarely play this game killing people. So it's actually been a long time. A lot of the soldiers, if they have a unique animation surrounding them, like there will be ones where they're like vultures eating them and stuff, they will usually have some kind of comment, some sort of like added dialogue. So it is kind of fun to like see soldiers if they're killed in unique ways and see what their comments are during like the Sorrow fight. But that's got to be like one of the things I'm least familiar with, because I would say 90% of the time when I play this game, I usually do it non-lethal. There was an exception when we first ran through this one. I'm talking the original version, of course, but there was an exception when we did Delta, if only because it had been so long since I played it. I was just like, I'm just gonna like run through it and see who needs to be killed. But even then, I think I only killed like 4, 5, 6 people. During the Sorrow fight, I feel like it inflated the count. I think it had 12 people there. It might have doubled up, but it definitely wasn't the case while I was actually playing it. I've thought about doing that. I remember trying to do that one time early on when I started streaming. It's not as fun as it sounds, but just like a kill everyone run. I guess it's funner if you do it if you're still trying to have some semblance of stealth, like if you came up behind people and just knifed them all. That's more fun, but just like going around and shooting everybody in the head, it's not as thrilling as you might think it might be. Trying to think of what we might want here. I don't think we're going to need the moss. We'll probably want Ozcam and woodland. And then, you know, it doesn't really matter because I don't need to necessarily have any benefits for any of these camouflage types. This battle's fairly straightforward. Every once in a while that cigarette gas spray comes into play, but I'm going to see if I can play this as smart as possible. I do think the stun grenades work against them too, but that would be like a last-ditch effort kind of thing. I thought it was close enough where it wouldn't matter. Still got to get used to extreme and how far these guys can see compared to normal. I know. There's an arrow sticking out of my leg and I'm poisoned. Alright, let's make a save here.
You going to save?
One time I tried to play this game and kill everyone run, and I tried to do it with like no camouflage either. I thought that might be fun, and it just ended up being hectic because it was like nothing but alerts. Alerts never cooled down. I just would always see you.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Thanks. Doesn't work in this one. We tried it when I first played. Oh shit, I didn't find any good Mark 22 ammo. We have to find some on site. That or I could just let him run out his stamina meter. There's a trick that I've done a couple times on stream. I know Saru has done it. That's probably where I got it from in the first place. But you could take the fake death pill. You could take the fake death pill during any boss battle, and the bosses will think you're dead. So it's kind of fun to see it sometimes. But the thing that happens, food full, what the hell? In particular with the fear, is he will turn his back to you, and what you could then do after that, and this only happens in the original version. We tried it with Delta. There's footage of me trying to attempt to do it. It does not work. It's one of those things that they quote unquote fixed. But he'll turn his back to you, and what you can do in the original is you can pull out a torch, crawl underneath him. It'll set him on fire, and he won't do a damn thing about it. He'll just burn up until he loses his last bit of health, and then you have to hit him one more time in order to kill him. It doesn't work in this version. So Akuma, I already know. It's something I'm very familiar with. I've done it in the past. I've done it just a couple weeks ago. Doesn't work in this version. Oh boy. I lost track of him. I don't know where he is now. That, and I still need to find those Mark 22 bullets. I think they're up on the ledge somewhere, but I've got no clue where to even start with that. If I'm going to even be able to get them, just because... Shit. It's like a damn truck in extreme mode on this, too. Oh, shit. Oh, I can't climb that. Wait a second, it said I could climb it. There they are. You only get 8 of them. He lets you get close. You can get right underneath him just like in the original, but as soon as he sets ablaze, he scurries up a tree. So he doesn't just stand there and let you keep the flame on him. He just runs way far away. Oh, there's some Mark 22. They usually try to disperse it a little bit. So, like when you're real low on ammo, they'll give you a few opportunities. Son of a bitch, this is not a good start. Even with the Ozcam, he still does a shitload of damage. Yeah, they changed a number of things. Again, sometimes they give you like different stuff in place. Like the AT camo is a good like compromise for not getting the Mosin Nagant on New Game Plus, but I think I would prefer to have the Mosin Nagant. Alright. Same as we did in the original. As soon as you get him about halfway, he's going to start looking for food. So just make sure you have enough and you should be able to get him. You gotta watch out for those. He'll set off some of the traps, and sometimes if there's like an animal nearby, like a bird or a rabbit, he can just feed off of that instead. So you have to be a little bit prudent about what he's touching. But at this point, he's just strictly going to be looking for food, so you don't even necessarily need to be worried about him. Because he's not going to be firing at you. So once you get down to the halfway point, as long as there's poison food around for him to feast on, you're pretty much good. He will try to fire sometimes to like get his own shit, so you gotta watch out for that. There you go. Poisoned! Fun fact, the Fear's design actually comes from an initial design drawn by Yoji Shinkawa for Raiden in Metal Gear Solid 2. Before they went with the twink look, they went with a very lanky guy that he was like double jointed, and he had a long tongue. And Yoji Shinkawa was like, I think this should be the main protagonist. And Kojima said, I'm thinking twink. The Fear is still pretty skinny though, so... But, yeah, they didn't end up going with that. He was repurposed into the Fear, though, so I guess we could all be thankful. Let's see. I think I want that spirit camo.
Who's that?
Freeze. Freeze.
I was kind of hoping one of the guys down there would see me, but he didn't. It's an easy way to get one up here in kind of the general direction that you're in.
Tasty.
Let's see what we can do.
Something there.
Freeze. Freeze.
I wonder if that guy on the ledge there could actually see you. Might see about tranking him. The guy down here might be able to see him.
What's wrong?
Oh, come on. That was stupid. I think that was an animation, like, issue. You saw that I was trying to go for the CQC. Like, you saw the indicator up there. It was definitely attempting to do it. But, I don't know what happened. Like, Snake bumped into him or something like that. And the animation takes so long to reset that you can't, like, adjust for anything. I don't even think that would happen in the original one anyway. I don't know what that was. Can't, because I'm trying to go for Foxhound, so everything has to be non-lethal. I tripped on a small incline. Everything has to be non-lethal, and unlike the original version of this game, the Mosin Nagant does not carry over. You have to get it from the end every single time, which is oh so fun. So no, we have to go through and do the same damn method we did the first time around, which sucks. Means you have to sneak up on him and get headshots with the Mark 22 every single time. And I hate it.
Tasty.
If we could get the Mosin Nagant like you can in the original... What the hell? You didn't see me last time. If you get the Mosin Nagant like you could in the original version, it wouldn't be a problem. But it is a problem in this one because they don't let you have it. I would have to guess, since they've already done updates to this game, and there's been several patches deployed already, that it is not an oversight. It's just a new theory with the game design. They're like, yeah, you know what? New players don't. When you do New Game Plus, players don't need that.
Freeze.
No animal kill is considered lethal, so you can kill his bird all you want. It's more handy in some regards to just capture it and release it so that it could point the direction where he's at.
Something there.
But,
Freeze.
you know, it does take time to find. Valuable time, which could be spent trying to find the end instead. But yeah, no, there's no animal in this game that counts as like a kill.
What's wrong?
Freeze.
Do it this way instead. Jesus.
Freeze.
All right.
Shoot me, please.
The reason I kind of wanted to hold up people was so that I can get items from them. If you don't kill them, you can get a max of 3 items from any given enemy, which is obviously the most handy. So holding them up is the best way to do that, and it's quicker if you throw them on the ground as opposed to just scanning the crosshair above their head. At least I think it is. a little bit more Mark 22 ammo. I might be fine with that. I just think going upstairs and then downstairs again might be a little bit too long for this guy because I had to trank him because he was overlooking that other section. I might be able to snag some more from some other soldiers around this area. We'll see. But I would prefer to get him here as opposed to try to get into the bunker. The bunker just takes a little bit too long, and it definitely puts me in the end's crosshairs. Also, if you're looking to get the Tsuchinoko, you just have to pop a mousetrap down in that area. I did it. First time I did it, though, I forgot that it escapes your pack after Eva gets a hold of your inventory. So I did not recapture it. Kind of sucked. Because I had to do it another time on a very hard run. It was not fun. Let's see. What can we do? You know what? I'm going to use this so that I can get a little bit more health regain. It's not going to matter too much during the end fight because he does non-lethal means. But still would be good to have full health.
What the? What the? Freeze. Freeze.
I love the 95% camo rating in Delta.
Something there.
Freeze. Freeze.
The only problem with throwing them on the ground, if you want to get them for items, is that you do kind of have to shoot in their general area, and it's going to wear your suppressor out. If there are other enemies in the area. So it might actually be better, especially for those early guys,
Freeze.
to just hold them up while they're standing. Shake them for a few items. However, the good thing is, and this isn't something that a lot of casual players do, if you do happen to throw them on the ground and hold them up, they will not get back up unless there's another soldier that
Freeze.
finds them.
Freeze.
Who was that? What's wrong?
Come find out.
Freeze. Freeze.
Okay,
Please go.
now we can shake these guys. Shotgun ammo. I don't need no damn shotgun ammo. Need no AK ammo either.
Don't shoot me, please.
Damn, these guys, they're shotgun ammo.
Don't shoot.
Too late for that. There we go. Finally. Regular soldiers rarely have anything that's all that handy unless you're like really running low on some stuff. Like for instance, me with my Mark 22 ammo. The other thing
Don't shoot me, please.
that sucks during the end boss fight, and if you're doing like Foxhound rank, which you have to play on extreme for, is that you will not have enough tranquilizer darts to get him gone in one run, you're gonna have to go back at some point to restock. Which sucks. I mean, the thing is, the boss fight is so mobile. You're constantly running back and forth between 3 areas. So it's so mobile that you will kind of pass by the weapon cache at some point, but it's still a pain in the ass. I'm not a big fan of having to run back and grab ammo. I'm pretty sure you can't get it done. I think even with 25, you know, maxed out, which we got 22 right now, so that ain't even all that great. But I think even with 25, you can get all headshots, and it won't be enough to down this guy. Eva. So he's always in this area first.
You want to say?
I mean, he didn't take a shot at you, but he announces his presence, you know, once you get in this area. So he's 100% for certain gonna be in the region. I don't know that there is a way where you can really skirt past him. There's a couple spots that'll hang out at, and he's always going to be up above. He's never going to be down below on your level. So he's either going to be up here, which I can't see him. So that probably means he's over on the one that's near. Yeah, I see him right now. Shit. God damn it. Alright, so he already got some shots in me. Again, since it's all tranquilizer rounds, it doesn't really matter that much, especially since we have the Moss camo carried over for New Game Plus. It's not going to be that big of a detriment. But it still sucks. And I tried to take a couple shots at him, and I couldn't hit him because the damn Mark 22 in this game has bullet drop, which is oh so much fun. I love it when I aim and the bullets don't go where I want them to. So a lot of times, even if he does spot you, he's not necessarily going to move. So you can kind of just, like, if you have a fix on him, if you're familiar with the map, you can just go kind of around to where he is, and he's usually still going to be there. Got a 100% camo rating here. Not bad. Oh, he is there.
I've got a present for you.
Even if the camera is turned towards him, you won't suffer the effects of the flashbang if your character is turned around. Scoob, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, sir. I appreciate it. Oh, look at that. Little bastard just ran right over here. He's not even doing much. Bonds, welcome. Scoob, thank you for the raid. I know you were playing a little bit of, what's it? The new Shinobi. It was Shinobi, right? Not Ninja Gaiden. That's the one I wanted. They both look like fine games, but the Shinobi in particular, to me, looked like it was more up my alley. Let me get you a shout out. We'll see. We'll see for sure. Oh, yes, you were. It was Shinobi. Nice. Chaos, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, sir. Welcome in. Hope the stream went well. Shinobi's a bit better, you'd say? You play both of them? Yeah, you were playing a little bit of the Ninja Gaiden, too. Shinobi, just from the gameplay, from what I saw between the two games, it looked like more appealing to me. I thought the gameplay looked like it might be more satisfying. It also did remind me of Muramasa, which is a game I love. I've always wanted to stream it, but I haven't gotten around to it yet. Vacation was good. We were sort of talking about it. I haven't even talked about my final day. I was talking about everything else up until that point. Let's see where the end is. I still have to sort of concentrate on this game. even though I'm pretty damn familiar with it at this point. But yeah, I think I definitely would get Shinobi at some point. I think they bundled them too. I think they had a little cross promotion where you can get both the new Ninja Gaiden and the new Shinobi for a discounted price if you get both of them at the same time. But I was on vacation for all of last week. It was eventful. It was very, very tiring. I walked all over San Francisco City. I think I had estimated somewhere between like 35 and maybe 40 miles over a 4-day period, which for me is a lot. So lots of walking, and still kind of recovering from it. I was dizzy for or lightheaded or dizzy, one or the other, for like 3 days after getting back. Didn't feel it while I was there, but boy, it hit. Afterwards, a little sore too, but the soreness was the least of my problems. First day I was there, I walked across all the piers, which was nice. Second day I walked again through the piers and then through Presidio, kind of to Crissy Field and the marshland area, and then kind of right under the Golden Gate Bridge. Third day. Oh, which I didn't even finish talking about. Get that guy real quick. Son of a bitch, he got me on the second one. He doesn't usually throw two. That sneaky little bastard run down here. Sometimes, yeah, he did. Okay. Sometimes he runs down here instead. Oh yeah, he's going to the upper part.
Good night.
Shit.
Call yourself a son of the boss.
His camo's really good. I can't see him. So anyway, I was talking about where I last left off was walking downtown in San Francisco up all those goddamn hills, and then coming across Alamo Square, where the painted ladies were. And that's just like a famous set of houses that's kind of in like the downtown residential area of San Francisco. So I was there for a minute, took a picture. But where I wanted to go was Golden Gate Park, which I ended up going down into. And boy, that was different than I thought it would be. I was kind of expecting Golden Gate Park to be, I don't know, I guess more along the lines of like Central Park in New York City. I was expecting it to be kind of more like a city park or something like that, which I guess in some sections it was. They had big, broad, open areas with like big fields and stuff, but a lot of that, God, was just like overgrown, just like, it looked like this. It's like a bunch of trees and hills and like hiking paths. It was kind of cool. I dug it. One of the things, there were a couple like little areas there. There's like a research center there. There's a botanical garden. I did a, went into like a Japanese tea garden, which I thought was real neat. And they had, it's a bunch of Japanese type plants, some Japanese architecture. A lot of it was shared, over from Japan or brought over from Japan from like the US Japan peace treaties in like the 50s. So it was cool seeing a bunch of that old stuff. And that was kind of like one of the more established places there, but a lot of it was just like very, very rural. It was kind of just like walking up a mountain here. So I was kind of surprised that, it just ended up being as rough terrain as it was, which also didn't help. Again, I think the third day I was there was probably the roughest on me personally. And, I think it was just because of how uneven like the walking surfaces were that day, and just like the amount of time that I had spent. But I walked through Golden Gate Park from end to end, long way around. And there was a couple of neat things in there. Again, most of it was just like rural. There was like little lakes and rivers and stuff. So it was neat kind of traversing through that stuff. At the very, very end of it, once you get past the park, though, there's a huge beach. I don't know what they call it, but it's on the western side of the city. And if you look at the beaches that are like on the eastern side, they're all rocky and craggy. And yeah, maybe you might find a small one here or there that's got a little bit of sand in it. But for the most part, they're just kind of like gross. They're like those weird, gross East Coast beaches. And the one on the West Coast was really, like, nice. It's big, broad, open beach. Just sand. Flat. It was lovely. So it was nice to see that. Didn't quite expect it to be as big as it was. But there wasn't really much else to do. I was thinking about, like, going to the zoo or something that was down there. But I was looking at reviews of it, and people were saying that they had recently shut down, like, a bunch of exhibits. So I'm like, it kind of sucks. Maybe I don't want to do that. So I ended up just kind of calling it there. And again, most of my hiking trips through the city was like a one-way affair. I'd walk to the destination that I ultimately would get to, but I sure as hell wasn't walking back from it. So I took public transportation back, and that was kind of a nightmare in that instance. That was the first time I had ridden the bus in San Francisco. And the first one was really nice. Big old high-end bus. Had, multiple cars and stuff. It was almost kind of like riding in a little train. Actually, it was on some kind of like rail system or something like that. Or like wire system. I don't know. It was weird. But this was a thing that had happened twice to me. And this was the first time it happened. But I had ridden probably about a mile in that bus. And then the bus driver just said, okay, last stop. Even though, like, according to the schedule I was looking at, it wasn't the last stop. In fact, he had only probably gone maybe like a tenth of the way for what his route was. So I don't know what that is. I don't use public transportation that much. Again, I live in a suburban kind of area, and I have my own car. So public transportation isn't necessarily something that I have to deal with very often. I don't know if, like, okay, last stop means, okay, I gotta go take a shit or something like that, because, they're, like, just all holed up in their little thing. Probably don't have a whole lot going on. But I'm not 100% certain. But anyway, we just kind of stopped in the middle of, like, something. I don't know what the hell it was. Wasn't necessarily, like, the greatest part of town. In fact, it looked a little schlubby. But I just pulled up my municipal map, and I was just like, all right, well, I guess I'll find where another bus is. And there was really kind of nothing nearby except for, I think, what they call like a light transit rail. And I ended up getting on that. And that was, you could tell, like, the first one that I took, the big old fancy bus and stuff where you have to pay like a fare for. And you had to pay a fare for the light transit rail thing too, but nobody did. But for the big one, it was like, okay, this is a big old fancy thing. And, there's respectable, normal, well-adjusted people that get on this. And then for that rail thing, it's just like everybody would just get on. Nobody ever swiped a card or their phone in front of the fare payment thing, or even showed it to the bus driver. And just like all manner of people got on there. There was some relatively normal-looking people. But boy, there was a guy that looked like a pirate, and he had like some scraggly dog with him. And then he had some guy that looked like Rufio he was hanging out with. And there were tweakers and just, all sorts of different people. I'm like, okay, I kind of see how the transit system works now. This is like the one where anybody gets on. And then the other ones they kind of shy away from. So that was interesting, but it did take me exactly where I needed to go. So that ended up working out in the long run. And then I stopped at some pub. I will say the one shitty thing that is like about being in like the financial or the business district or whatever, it's like none of the shops ever stay open. This is the same damn thing that happens in my town too. It's like if you go downtown where like a lot of the businesses are, it's like none of the restaurants will stay open past like 6 o'clock, if even that. Sometimes they'll shut down at like 3 or 4. And I was running into that problem a lot. It's like there wasn't a ton of restaurants that would actually stay open. Oh, I got him on the last one. God damn, that took a while. I almost feel like I do that better, but whatever. Oh, I hate fighting the end without the proper equipment. If I could lethally kill him and use the SVD or something like that, that would be better. But I can't. So the only option I have, unless like the stun grenade or something works, but I doubt that it's going to be all that effective, all I got is the Mark 22. It ain't that great. You know what? I'm going to go back and I'm going to go grab some more ammo. They're trying to close the doors before the people on that bus got there. You know what? We all ended up coming down that way anyway. Not once while I was down there did I ever feel fearful of anything. I never felt unsafe. And, you know, I was walking solo. The whole trip, I was pretty much just on my own, just walking around the city. And there's no reason for me to feel unsafe. I'm 6 foot, broad shoulders. I look like I could probably take somebody in a fight, whether or not I can. I haven't put that to the test in a minute, so who knows? But I get the feeling like your average person probably wouldn't want to mess with me. I never had nobody like talk to me except for people that wanted me to help them take a group photo. For whatever reason, that happened like 5 damn times while I was down there. Like, can you take a picture of us? All right, I guess. You're asking me. I'm just like passing by. But I guess that's what happens. But yeah, no beggars ever asked me for nothing. The tweakers that I passed by never looked at me. But yeah, there was a lot of freaks on that one light transit system rail thing. I'd want to close too if I knew those people were coming. But yeah, it was like, there's so many weird people on that one. And then there was like a group of tourists, like a big group too. It was like probably about a dozen people that all got on that little rail. And, I felt a little more comfortable at that point because everybody was like joshing it up and, you know, laughing uproariously. So I'm like, okay, well, at least the mood is a little bit different. Because before that, when it was just like the pirate guy and Rufio, the dog, and the tweakers, and just like people that looked like ne'er-do-wells, I was like, all right, it's a little tense. This ride might get bumpy. But it wasn't too bad. But that was pretty much the end of that day. 4th day, once again, I was walking up the piers. It was just kind of like the easiest way to get around. I discovered quickly that if you're walking along the waterfront, you don't have to walk up any hills. So that was pretty much what I stuck with for the majority of the time. That I was like, if I had to like cross a decent amount of the city, and I was going kind of somewhere in the direction of like north to west, I would probably just walk along the waterfront because it was much easier to traverse. So I walked across the piers for a good minute. I wanted to see the Golden Gate Bridge again. So I kind of walked into the Crissy Field area. But as I had to double back around because I was actually going back to the Presidio area because there was a Walt Disney Family Museum, which was really, really interesting. If anybody's ever seen an episode of like Defunctland or something like that, it was like that, but more professional. And it has like genuine articles and artifacts and stuff that was in possession of the Disney family. And it was very, very fascinating. I am a big fan of animation and filmmaking in general. So to see like those initial drawings for like Mickey Mouse or like those early movies like Dumbo, Pinocchio, Snow White, they had all that there. They had painted backgrounds they used. They had actual cells. They had 3D models that were like made from clay that the animators would pull up to kind of like, do various different angles from. That might have been the most interesting like establishment. Maybe it wasn't like the most interesting view or something like that, because it was a museum. I think it was a really well put together museum, but just like as far as like establishments that I went to, that was probably the most interesting one. They had a lot of different stuff there that I just personally found fascinating. So that was really cool. I think it's probably something that pretty much anybody, even if you're not a Disney fan, can get some enjoyment out of, because it did cover, like, again, the animation side of things, filmmaking, when he was building up the theme park. It covered a lot of, you know, but basically Walt Disney's entire life. And the guy's a very interesting person. So I thought it was neat just from like that aspect. I don't know that I'd ever go back to like Disneyland or Disney World in my life, but I probably would go back to that museum again. There were still some things I missed. Every display pretty much had like a video and audio component where they'd either have like a reenactment or like an actual archival recording from Walt Disney, or, you know, some of the people that worked in the studio, or Roy Disney. And I thought that was all pretty cool. And there was a couple, actually there was a lot, there's more than a couple, it was probably like 20 to 25 in total, little handsets that you could pick up, and you can choose different audio clips from various different people. I did not have time to do all that because I was kind of on a strict schedule that day. That was my last day there, and I had tickets to go see Alcatraz, which leaves at very particular times in day. So I was just there for a very short amount of time for probably what could have been like me spending more of the afternoon there. But it was pretty cool. But after that, I had to get back kind of to the pier areas pretty quickly. So I ended up taking a bus. I took a bus back. The bus ride back was interesting. I don't know where the hell we ended up. I wasn't really paying attention that much. But I noticed that there was a lot more like Asian people getting on board. And again, there's like there's a huge Chinatown, there's a big Japantown that's in San Francisco. And like this bus must have been kind of in the Asian district. I didn't think we were in Chinatown, but there was just like nothing but Chinese people or Asian people in general. I guess I don't know if they were specifically Chinese or not. And then there was probably about 3 or 4 o'clock or something in the afternoon. And then there was a stop, and like all these Asian children were there. I don't know if there was like a Asian school or something like that, but I don't think there was like a white kid or a black kid or anything among them. It was just, it was really interesting because it was just nothing but Asian kids to group onto like the Asian people.
I think I saw something.
And one of them had no problem sitting next to me. They just like plopped right down. I felt like with every other bus ride that I was on or every public transport, you know, most people kind of avoided sitting next to another person unless it was really jam-packed. But this one was just like, as soon as those kids got on, one just like ran right up to me and just sat down, even though there was plenty of available seats, plus standing room. They were getting off work. No, I don't know that they have the sweatshops down in San Francisco. They might. Oh, shut up. You don't see anything. It must have been an apple factory. It's hidden. It's not on any maps, but yeah, the ton of Asian kids I thought was kind of funny. I don't, and again, it didn't seem like it was in kind of like the Chinatown district or anything like that, but whatever school that was, that must have been the one that like all the Asian parents chose. Maybe it was a private school or something. I don't know, but I thought it was funny. It's just like nothing but Asian people in that particular bus line. And then just like all those Asian kids. They even had like Asian desserts. One of them had a pack of mochi. I'm like, where the hell do you get mochi? I mean, I guess here's the thing. It's like San Francisco. It's like one of the closest major cities to, you know, the eastern seaboard where you get like China and Japan. So there are a lot of people, I think, you know, if people like immigrate or something from the east, they're probably going to end up in California. But yeah, it was really weird. They were all just like packed in that one spot. But anyway, after I got off of that, then it was Alcatraz time. When you're standing in line for Alcatraz, if you're there during the months of September, August, or October, holy shit, be prepared for flies. I would say if you have some kind of repellent or something like that, bring it. I was like, I had a little bottle of hand sanitizer in my backpack pocket, and I was busting that out, and I was just kind of like dabbing it wherever in hopes that it would maybe get them to leave me alone. I think it kind of worked, but I can't say that it did for sure. So yeah, like a real repellent probably would be for the best. But the thing is that in those months that I specified, the seabirds come to roost, specifically in the Alcatraz area. I think that Angel Island, they roost over there too, and kind of like around San Francisco as a whole. But Alcatraz has a ton of birds. They got those, you know, they got seagulls, obviously. They got those cormorants. They got a couple other things I forget, but apparently the particular type of fly that was in the area breeds in the shit of all those seabirds, and the fact that they're all roosting in that one area just means that there's plenty of grounds for those flies to lay their eggs. And it was brutal. They give you little fans in like these little bins at Alcatraz. They'll pass around so you could like kind of shoo them away. Most of the people I saw were just trying to use them as like improvised fly swatters. I thought it was kind of funny. it was you'd hear like a smack or a plap every now and again, and you're like, what the hell? Oh yeah, you're just trying to smack the flies away. But Alcatraz was real neat. I did the night tour, which I don't think was a thing when I was a kid and I went there previously. So that was neat. They let you go, like, normally I want to say that they're open from like 11 to 5 or something like that. And I don't think they used to be any later than that. But then they start doing these ferries that are like at like, I want to say like 5:50, 6:30, 7:30. That might be it. I think it's just 3 of them. But you get to see a bunch of... They open up other areas in the Alcatraz area that they don't have open during the daytime either. And there's like slightly less people, I would assume, than normal. So that was neat. Is it a paranormal? Well, the funny thing about Alcatraz is it's not really... You don't really have to take a tour. Like, there is a guided tour that you can go on, but it's a really weird thing with Alcatraz because you could just kind of wander around. I guess it's kind of like a museum in that way, but it's not even, because it's a fairly, like, dangerous place to just kind of, like, walk around in. I thought it was kind of strange. But you don't have to go on the guided tour. You just walk around wherever you want, as long as it's not in a roped area, which it's not like there's that many staff, at least on the night tour. I don't know, maybe it's different during the day, but on the night tour, the only staff I saw were either guiding people during the guided tours. They were handing out the headphones for the audio tour, which I highly recommend if anybody goes down there. The audio tour was excellent. Or they were just like in the gift shops. I don't think I saw like an actual attendant anywhere else. So you could just like walk around wherever. I'm sure if you wanted to be an asshole and just like walk past the ropes and get into like the structures that were abandoned and stuff, you probably could, and nobody would say anything because there was nobody around. You'd hate having to take tours. Yeah, I wasn't too on board with, like, I think when I did it the first time around, I had done a guided tour, which was fine, but I do like the option to just like kind of wander, which after we were done with the audio tour, and I took my headset off, I just backtracked to where I went through earlier, and I was just kind of like wandering around looking at stuff that wasn't covered on the audio tour.
Don't worry.
And there was some interesting stuff, like I got to go up to the lighthouse and stuff. After the sunset, though, I couldn't see shit in some areas. It's almost like the place isn't really built for a night visit. Because there's a lot of different paths and routes that have no lighting whatsoever. It's just pitch black. It's kind of neat, but also at the same time, like, if I was less able-bodied, I would probably be fearful of walking around most of those spaces. I got like 3 spirits following me right now. And you might be right. You never know. They do say that, though. I remember seeing it on the actual tour thing where it was like, is Alcatraz haunted? Find out. And it said that there were like underground tunnels that were like open. I never saw them because apparently they just let you just wander into them at your own leisure. Nobody like, there's no signs telling you where to go. And nobody, unless you're on a guided tour, is telling you where to go. They're just apparently there, and you're supposed to find them on your own. And, you know, I got there kind of late, so I didn't have like a shitload of time. So, I mean, I was there for probably about 2 hours or something like that, but still, I don't know where those little underground tunnels were. And apparently that's where all the cool stuff happens. Like all the ghost sounds and all that stuff is like all in the underground tunnels and like some of the cells that they don't normally let people in. And I got no clue where that stuff was. I could have probably asked somebody, but I didn't feel like doing that. It's one of those things where I'm like, maybe next time. Oh, come on, Snake. But yeah, basically, the night tour is super cool. Oh shit, I didn't run out of stamina. What the hell was that? Did he just like walk on me? He walked on my fingers? I don't know what happened. Hold on, we gotta reload that. I haven't died to one of these boss battles in a minute. But yeah, I'd probably recommend anybody that's interested in it goes during the night rounds. You just, unless you know what you're doing, you might not have enough time to cover everything is the only problem. Shit. I forgot he does that. I wasted one bullet, but I could probably still make it work. Maybe not. So the thing you want to be doing with the Fury boss battle, this is the one that I think is the second hardest out of all the boss battles. But if you're doing New Game Plus, you want to make sure that you have his fire camo out because it'll negate you from burning, and it'll negate a bit of fire damage. But otherwise, the full black camo is probably the best thing to go for. The other good thing is that having the Mosin Nagant, you can do a little more damage. Well, you can do a little more stamina damage to him. The thing is, which we didn't get to see me do a whole lot of when I was first doing this the first time around, is that if you want to do the most damage, you have to aim kind of a little bit higher up. Shooting him in the ass and stuff doesn't necessarily get you a whole lot of stamina. It's mostly in the chest area.
Are you ready for this?
And there's a couple of different things you can do to kind of get him to go there. If you can catch him before or while he starts running down, like at the very end of a tunnel, that's the best way to do it. But once he gets down about halfway, he's going to be blitzing through these things and he's just going to be firing off the flamethrower. If his flamethrower is going off, he can negate any damage coming his way. So it's not the square camo, but it's his camo. So if you beat him on a previous run, non-lethally, you'll get his fire camo. And the fire camo reduces damage from the flames, but it also prevents you from lighting on fire. So if you're in like a predicament where, you know, he's firing the flames at you, you won't catch on fire as long as you have the fire camo on. But obviously this is only something that you could do at New Game Plus.
You're not getting away from me. 3, 2.
Okay, he doesn't have that much left to go, but I don't have any Mosin Nagant ammo, so we're gonna have to rely on the Mark 22, which sucks. Best thing to do if you're just trying to bait him and you're not necessarily trying to catch him at the end of a tunnel is spring a leak in some of these pipes. That's a sound that tips him off, and he'll start running down there. Thing is, it's better if he's running away from you at this point.
Feel that heat.
Keep track of where he goes. Yeah, it was a little bit early on that one. There's a rare opportunity where you could potentially hit him from on the upper body while he's coming towards you, though, so usually try to get it there if I can.
Feel that heat.
So here's what I'm looking for.
Over there.
Shit. Never gotten non-lethal on him? It's rough. It's a lot easier in the original version. I might die here also. Wait, did I say it's harder on the original version? It's harder in this version. It's easier in the original version. The Delta makes this boss battle so much harder. He's a lot more alert, I feel like, in this one. And then also it seems like the damage he takes, even on a versus extreme mode in the original and this one, it seems like it's just so much more intense. He's a rough one to get done, though. He just needs one more, god damn it.
I want some more.
I didn't have to do this tactic where I'd hang off the edge in the original one, though. The original one, regardless of where you were, you usually had enough Mosin Nagant ammo to like do whatever you wanted with him and beat him. And I bet you I probably could have with this too, but I kind of wasted a couple shots early on, so that didn't work out.
3, 2, 1.
That's a good opportunity when he starts counting to cut him off. The only problem with it is towards the end, his countdown starts at like 3. And if you're hanging off the edge like this, you're probably not going to get it. So I didn't have enough time to pull myself up and grab that shit. When he starts heading down like this, though, you can pull yourself up. He will see you. Kind of. It's really weird. He'll look back, and even though he should see you, regardless of what your camo rating is, he doesn't actually see you. What the hell was that? He should be dead. I plugged 3 tranks in his ass. He didn't even feel it. That's what I'm talking about with the damage, though. Mosin Nagant or no, it's like this guy can take some hits.
Here it comes.
If he stops in the middle of something like that, he can see you. Double my health regeneration. See if I get something going on here.
I love barbecue.
The tactical reload is a lot easier to pull off with the Mosin Nagant in the original version of this game, too. I feel like it's so much harder with this one, since you have to keep switching back into, like, first-person view mode, since there is, like, a bullet drop going on, too. It sucks. There we go. That was rough. It was a rough one. Again, I think he's second worst. The boss is probably third worst, and then the rest are all time. Maybe the end or boss is neck and neck for third. And then Fear. And then obviously the Sorrow is super easy, especially if you're doing it on a Foxhound run or a non-lethal run, whatever. Because it's a cakewalk. Yeah, in some regards, the Pain feels like he's buffed. You could still use some of the old exploits that we saw that I did a little bit earlier. That work still with him. But it is a pain to get through his battle, especially if you're doing New Game Plus Extreme Mode, because you are not going to have the Mosin Nagant, which super sucks. Like, it's negligible with the Fear because he's constantly losing stamina anyway, so if you could just outlast his first health bar run and you just poison stuff out on the field, it's fine. But the Pain is really, really bad. The End is a pain simply because since you don't have the Mosin Nagant, you can't do any sort of long range. You have to sneak up on him every time. So that part sucks. And then the Fury, I just feel like his AI is enhanced in some way. It just feels like he's a lot... His AI is more alert, and then it just feels like he himself takes a lot more damage than he did, even on Extreme. I've done Extreme mode a few times with the original. It's not always the level I play at, but... still. Couldn't counter the boss at all. I ended up getting it, I think my second time around, but the first time I couldn't do it. First time I was just mashing, which I think was a completely viable tactic in the original game. I feel like I could just mash and it would work. In this one, it worked like some of the time, but it definitely didn't work all the time. This one, you definitely have to be more precise if you want to counter. Alright. Once again, the AT camo comes into play here. Very handy. It's almost like having stealth camo. So I will forgive the fact that we don't have the Mosin Nagant, simply at the fact that we can use the AT camo. You're definitely a masher. Yeah, with this one you have to be really precise, and sometimes it feels like the prompts actually don't go through. It's sort of frustrating. Especially once you start getting towards the tail end, when you have to counter twice. Because by that point, then it starts getting a little more, like, less reaction and more you have to know where you need to counter. And there's 3 different counters you can do. I was finding when I was playing around with it the first time, the knife felt the easiest for me to counter, but then I started getting into the groove of doing the handgun. The handgun felt kind of easier to counter, and then for some reason I just ended up losing it, and then it was nothing but unequipped, no gun whatsoever. That's where I started to really start shining with that. But you do kind of have to get a feel for it. Actually, I don't like to put this guy to sleep since he's the first one. Huh. What are you hunting over there?
Freeze.
But if you can get the counters down on the boss, it is super, super easy to just blitz through her health bar. It's the only reason I don't feel like she's anywhere near as bad as the Fury or the Pain. Damn it. Shit. I forgot to equip my weapon. What sucks in this one, and it doesn't happen in the original, it's another one of those weird oddities, but what sucks in this one is that if you throw a guy down, you can't immediately equip a weapon. Like, it takes a minute before the menu, like, pulls up. So as soon as you throw a guy down, it's like you have no time. You either have to have a weapon in hand and use it, or you're not going to get it. And, oh shit, I guess it's been a while since I've done it, but in the original version, like, even if you didn't have your weapon equipped, if you threw a guy down on the ground, you can easily, I feel like, because I know I've done it before, pull out a weapon and hold them up real quick. With this one, that ain't the case. You have to have your weapon at the ready. We did all the fun and games with Rykov before, where we do all the stuff. We interrogate him, and he has his whole little spiel about April 30th and whatnot. No time for that. I ain't got no time for that now. I'm incensed that you can't actually run up. I tried this several times when I was playing on my own time just to see what's the earliest cutoff point. And the earliest one that is actually viable is just until he gets downstairs. And then you have to drag his ass all the way back upstairs. He starts off upstairs, but at all the points, you can't access that one room, and not that you could knock him out anyway, because all the scientists are in there and they'd spot you, or they'd freak out if he got knocked out. But he starts off on the upper floor, and then by the time you get up there, you know, and if you have everybody cleared out and everything, it's like you can't get him at any cross point that isn't going to be seen by somebody else. You're either going to need to drag him past the door, which the scientists will freak out about, or some other shit. Like, I think the patrol downstairs will notice you if you start dragging them. So it's like you have to take out all of the officers down there. I forgot to put the damn disguise on. Then you have to wait for him to get down there, and you have to drag his ass from downstairs to upstairs every single time. I don't know. Maybe somebody knows like some super secret method or some shit like that. Oh, Daly, we were talking about this guy who's got the film reel on him. What I ended up doing was creating some kind of scene. I forget what it was. I think I just threw like a ration down. But I just threw like a ration down right there. Or put down a book or something. I don't know. I think it was like a ration, like a piece of food. It was after the thing was, they were all starving. That's right. You saw him after I mentioned it now. Okay. Yeah, he's got it right on his chest there. You almost wouldn't notice it unless you were looking for it. But they're all starving because I blew up the thing, and I threw a ration down there. This guy started moving first. That guy started moving second. I hit that guy before he crossed paths with him, and this guy on the left just started moving towards me. So as soon as he was through, you know, I could pretty much do whatever I wanted. It was weird though. I was theorizing how you could do it without, like, going super camo mode or something like that, but it is doable. Yeah, I know.
All I want.
Little bastard. Some of those guys are pretty hard to hit. There's a couple that are in weird spots too that you have to watch out for. A lot of the times you don't even know that they have a film reel on them until you actually like knock them out, and then you just see it shoot out their ass, and you're like, oh, I guess he had one. And then you have to reload the area.
You'd better start talking.
Please, stop this!
Who is Khrushchev's lapdog?
How can you do this to him?
I know you gave the data to someone.
Never do it
You!
like that.
Oh, nothing we can do about this. We have to sit through it.
You monster.
This is another one of those things where I feel like speedrunners that can't like skip past this. There's a number of different spots I feel like for like speedrunners. I'm not a speedrunner myself. I don't like necessarily the timed features of like video games that keep track of how long you play stuff and rank you on it. I never found that necessarily fun, but I do like to play games as efficiently as possible, you know, if I do repeat playthroughs. So I can sort of feel and put myself in the shoes of like speedrunners, and like there are certain segments where I feel like, oh boy, I could see a speedrunner like freaking out about this spot. So this one where you can't skip, or the ladder segment, which there is, at least in the original version, a skip for. It was really weird. You have to like stand in the corner and dig into the menu and equip something specific and then unequip it, and then you just shoot right up, right at the top of that ladder. It looks so like finite though that I don't think I could ever pull it off myself. And then like the Ocelot boss battle where he's reloading. It's like all those segments. I'm like, oh.
Is your target?
I did play all the Snake versus Monkey maps. Last time I streamed this, when we beat the game, we had a pretty significant amount of time left over after the fact. And I did all those Snake versus Monkeys.
Helping you. Who let you in here?
I found all the Astrobots too. I forget what it gave me. But oh, I think it was the golden banana.
And I am a patient man.
Nothing super fancy, but I guess it was nice to get. Okay, finally we can start skipping. Come on, Johnny.
Time to eat.
The Snake versus Monkey was fun, but I feel like it was, even though like I do remember some things about it, it's been a while since I played Snake versus Monkey, but I feel like it was different in this version of the game compared to the original.
What? You don't want this?
Nope. God damn it, slow down. Thank you. Oh, you didn't do it? It was great. They completely redid it, and it was fantastic. It, like, felt really good to play, too. Like, in the original version, you know, it was a neat thing. It was kind of funny. But you could tell, like, it was a reused asset from the actual game. It was just, like, some blank building and, like, a dirt path. And, like, with this one, it had custom assets outside of even just, like, the player and enemy models. It was, like, a custom map, and the combat was completely reworked from the ground up. I would legitimately pay full price for a full version of that game. They put a lot of effort into something that was essentially a shitpost. You know, the way it was included in the game. Originally, it was supposed to be a demo that was something Konami was working on. You could easily see it being like a 3D Castlevania or something like that. But it was under the code name Guy Savage. And it was just a gameplay demo pretty much that they were working on, that they were thinking of turning into a real game. And They just decided to add it in as a little Easter egg for something that might potentially come out. But it didn't end up releasing, and they ended up scrapping the whole thing. However, the way they reworked it in this one, if they ended up doing like a 3D Castlevania like that, I'd be all over that. Very, very intuitive to just pick up and play. Had a nice little combo system and stuff with some supers and special abilities. I thought it was real slick. But who knows? I don't know what the hell Konami's doing these days. It seems like what their trajectory is mostly just remakes now. Which I guess is a step up from just like compilations, because at first it was just compilations. It was like, just bundle a bunch of games together that you already have. And now at least there's something a little bit new, but we're not there yet. It was fun. It was a neat little thing that was included. That obviously, you know, they didn't have to include, but you know, the game code was just in there, and I guess it must have been running off the engine that they were using at the time. It's weird with the PC version of this game, when you do the Guy Savage game in Delta, it like launches it in a new window, so I almost half thought that it was running in like a brand new engine or something.
Well, it's your loss.
Konami, give me more Suikoden, I beg of you. Oh, you'll get plenty of remasters, Buns, I'm sure. They got, what, 6 games to remaster? Well, no, they got like 4 at this point, since they already did the first 2. Okay, I'm sure that's not the most efficient method. There are probably people that are like, oh, you don't need to go through all that if you're like speedrunning or whatever, but I like it because I like to have the SIGs. The SIGs make life so much easier in a very difficult part of the game. If you don't really know what you're doing during these parts, this part could be kind of rough. Yeah, and I don't know why they launch it in a separate window. I just thought it was like a weird thing. But it would have to be, I would assume, running in like the same engine and everything. But just the fact that it launched as like a separate game, I thought it was really weird. Fortunately, it still captured when we were doing it on stream. But I was almost afraid it didn't. 3 through 5 and tactics for mainline. Yeah. I'm sure there's like some other shit that I'm not aware of, like a mobile or something like that, but at least 6 games total to work from, and they've already done 2, so. Most of those guys, if they catch sight of you for a second, they'll just be like, whatever. You do not want to crawl fast around this guy until you about turn this corner, though, because he'll hear you. But the other guys, I mean, you're down to like 15-20% camo rating. You're going to be pretty bad off on extreme. It's not going to be fun. These guys you got to watch out for. Once they turn around, they shouldn't be able to hear you, so you can move pretty quickly, I think. But you definitely don't want to be in their periphery, because they will see you from pretty far out. And unlike the previous guys where I could just kind of like crawl away from them, I do not want to get caught by these guys, even in the corner of their eye. So now comes the fun part of using the e-cigs on these dudes. Because you have to get very, very close. And that can get tricky if you don't know like what the right spot is for it. I might even have to time it myself a little bit. Basically, you just want to get right into ass sniffing range. Like right up there. Because if you step back any further and they're walking away from you, you're not going to get them. So you got to get right between those cheeks. Alright, it's going to be a similar situation where this guy's going to see you. He might even start to walk over here. But you do have those crates that kind of block you. As long as you're past the little barracks thing here, you should be okay. You can just start moving up. Alright, now comes my least favorite part. This is something I was practicing for maybe about an hour, till I finally got the system down right. Because it was very hard to figure out what I needed to do here. If I didn't have the e-cigs, I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Because it is so hard to get past here without getting seen. That's why I like to wait for them in the cell. Okay, you gotta wait for these guys to turn around, both of them. You do have a little bit of range before they start to hear you, but you do need to start sneaking up to them. And again, you gotta get right in the ass-sniffing range before you can launch the e-cig. Smell that? Wait, we got one more. I will say that if you take out the food cache, it is a little bit easier because they will comment on how hungry they are before they turn around. So it gives you just a little bit more of an opportunity to, like, you know, get more time in to walk up to them, but also it gives you a certain amount to tell when they're about to turn around. Dog lays down once, then it gets up, then it lays down again. Once it lays down the second time, it goes to sleep. Once it goes to sleep, and then you can drink it. And we are not done yet. There is one more guy we gotta wait for. But by the time you get over here, he should be walking in that direction. And by the time he's already moving, he shouldn't be able to hear you. All you gotta do is crawl over here, and this part's automated, and you don't have to worry about it. And that is one of the hardest sections to get through in the game if you're doing it on extreme and no alerts. It was a pain in the ass to figure out, I'll tell you that much. I spent a long time perfecting that method. I don't even remember what I did in the original version of this game. I don't feel like it was that hard. Like, I feel like I could just kind of, like, walk past people and not really have much of a problem. But, yeah. It's kind of nuts. Alright, this part's fairly easy. You might be getting low on stamina at this point, but you don't really need to worry about it, because you'll be in a situation where it's not going to matter too much after the fact anyway. The dogs will catch up to you after a certain point, though, so you might as well just start taking them out. Oh shit, I went down the wrong one. That is valuable time. Oh no, and I fell in the water. That is also valuable time. It's a folly of errors. We need to go down number 2. Okay, those two you don't need to worry about because they shouldn't be able to catch up to you by the time you get down this. Could skip that. That is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game. But we're on a strict timetable. don't know if I explained it all that well with the first time I went through this, but the Sorrow boss battle can be a little bit challenging if you don't really know how to navigate the waters that much. It's a lot harder if you have the soldiers that are kind of wading around down here if you're killing them. But the general idea is you want to stick to one side of the lake or the other, or the river or whatever. And then you kind of want to guide the spirit in your direction and then kind of cut across diagonally, and usually that should kind of keep you away from them.
Brace yourself.
Once he fires a shot like that, you want to go hard in the opposite direction. See, it didn't even really work because I didn't have enough room. Typically what tends to happen is he's not that far away from you. Usually he's a little bit closer. The longer distance that the beam he shoots has to travel, the more likely he's going to be able to hit you. But usually if you have enough like room to work with and you're running across from one side to the other, it's not going to be able to nab you. That's the typical range that he's at, like right there. And usually at that range, if you just start traveling hard in the opposite direction, you're not going to get touched.
I am impressed.
As you should be. I didn't even see the end. I was kind of looking ahead. I did not see him though. I know he usually just kind of like floats face down in the river, but yeah. Ooh, that one was close. He's a little far out there. So of course, traveling in the doing the non-lethal run when you're traveling through the river, all you have to worry about is the cobras. But it's not that big of an issue. The fish, as you can see if you travel through them, sometimes I think they still take away some stamina or something like that, but you don't really have to worry about it all that much. You don't have to tell me twice.
You do not belong here.
Ow. Oh, no, you don't. Get that back up. Okay. I almost had to second guess whether or not I actually took the the transmitter out. Like, I did do that, right? I was just theorizing when we did it last time. Did I? I don't think I took the transmitter out just because I wanted to see. Yeah, we didn't take it out. We did see like the whole wrestling cutscene and everything, I'm pretty sure. Wrestling, and the shadows on the wall with Eva and Snake. I forget though. But anyway, I want to say I left it out. I was theorizing, like, how difficult would it be if you had to get past the ocelots here and do it non-alert? Because I feel like that would almost be impossible.
The shag of
Yeah. Not a bad idea to run back through that little area if you need food, but I think if you kind of know what you're doing, which if you're trying to do a Foxhound extreme run, it's probably not going to be that much of an issue. But you can run back there and grab some foodstuffs. Let's see what we're gonna need. Okay. I need that C3. Oh, I shouldn't have done this just yet, actually, because I'm gonna need to go through here again once I get my little mushrooms out. Man, Mosin Nagant ammo is going to be hard to come by. There's one spot I could think of that has it in the Shagohod hangar, but I don't know without going to the weapons cache, which is really hard to get through because there's a shitload of soldiers there. But without going there, I don't know where any others would be. So I think it's just that one in the Shagohod hangar, and then maybe some in the weapons cache, and that's about it. Unless you could shake some from some soldiers, but I don't think they usually carry that. Okay, we're looking at probably Splitter. Just go ahead and go up through here. With the AT camo, I mean, you can just, like, run through these guys no problem. I want to say on the original, too, that there used to be more guys doing the, you know, the drills here. But on Extreme here, it's just one guy. I could have sworn I remember it being 3. I thought there were 3 running back and forth. Maybe it changes based on how you come in here or something like that. I don't know. 95% camo rating, though. Nobody's really going to see you, so you can just kind of walk through here at your leisure. Automatic doors are nice because you can just crawl right through them. I want to say when I originally played this game, I didn't think that the scientist uniform would still work when you're going through here. I know I've gotten caught by that guy rolling up the stairs too, so I'm just gonna try to not do it. One thing I haven't tested, though, I don't know if it actually works or not, is if the... Oops, wrong one. If the officer uniform works. Probably doesn't. But I don't know for sure. Maintenance uniform is one of those things, too, where I don't know, I'm probably wrong about this one. There are things where I think about it and I'm like, that's not how it was in the original, was it? But with this one, I feel like the maintenance uniform was something that carried over in New Game Plus, but at the same time, I don't think I ever remember putting it on at any point outside of the Shagohod hangar. So it's probably something that you just have to get each time. It just seems weird because pretty much every other camouflage that you pick up, you only need to pick up the one time. You don't need to get it on repeat playthroughs. So that's the Mosin Nagant ammo. That's 10 right there, which is better than nothing. It'll be handy for the Volgan fight, but yeah. I don't know if there's another one in here or not. I think when I played this previously, we had to redo this section like 3 times.
What do you think you're doing?
And provided nothing goes wrong here, it like could have been done so much easier. I think I had forgotten to get the maintenance uniform too. So that was definitely something that was holding me back. Nobody's questioning what the incessant beeping is. Okay, so, what will we want for the Volgan fight? Ozcam and no paint's fine. Sig spray isn't going to do anything. Need to get the 2 Russian glow caps though, so we can use that. Still need the C3 for a second. Mosin Nagant. These don't matter too much, but I'll just leave them there. Yeah, that's about it. Okay. Now we go through the long cutscenes.
During the last Great War.
I don't know why, but the cutscenes, some of the cutscenes are so much louder than the actual games. Okay, we've gone through this fight before, but I don't know that I would explained it all that well previously. On Extreme, I would definitely try to save the Russian glow caps for the second part of the fight, as opposed to just using them right from the get-go. We don't need the C3, so I'm going to take that off. I'll leave the Patriot on, I guess, because we'll need that after, but I don't think we need the 1911. So what you want to do here is bait him to use a particular attack. And he'll do it every time... Son of a bitch. He'll do it every time you pull out a weapon. Usually you could just run to the right and it doesn't hit you, but... You know, again, I say usually, because obviously right there it did.
Snake, be careful.
The thing about it is that that electricity that he uses is attracted to your weapon. So once he launches it, you want to unequip the weapon and it no longer registers, but you can bait him to do that attack for the entire first half of this fight. Oh shit. Oh, he killed me too. I think I had double clicked previously. So we didn't get off to a great start anyway, so I probably would want to restart that. The tactic is still sound though. Give me a sec to reload this. You still just want to have a weapon out to bait him to use that attack. Whoa, jeez. He hit me last time and it didn't do that much damage. Wonder if it either saved that damage that I took right at the beginning. Let's try the autosave. Or if it... I'll get a little closer to him because I think that's also part of the issue. There we go. Try to get headshots if you can, but it's going to be rough. First hit, he's always going to go through this power charge sequence too. But he will consistently do that each and every time. So as long as you get him to bait to, you bait him to do that attack, he could just consistently do the same thing. You don't want to do it during the second half of the fight because he changes up that attack to the point where it gets a little bit more rough. So you want to do other tactics. But for right now, it's about as good as it's going to get. It's a little bit slow, but you can make up for it, I think, in the second half. And again, there's probably a quicker method, but this is probably just the most efficient one. If you're not going for like super times. Oh shit. Okay. I managed to stand there while he was recharging, so that was good. If he does do the bullet thing, you want to make sure... I always feel like if I run to the left, I always get hit by it, so I always try to run to the right. But if you don't have enough, like, runway, you probably are going to end up getting hit. If he runs towards you, just hit him right before he gets to you. You should be able to counter him with CQC even if the thing doesn't pop up. Shit. That did some damage. That's what I was talking about too, with not wanting to bait him. At this point, it's usually good to use the Mosin Nagant. Ooh, I think I'm dead. I don't think I'm gonna outlast that. Hold on. Yeah, shit. I should have just reloaded. It's been a second since I've seen the second phase, so I need to like refamiliarize myself with it. The first one is so like by the numbers, just like baiting him into that attack and then hitting him with the trank dart that it like lulls you into a false sense of security. I should have gotten closer. But once you get to the second phase is so much worse. Let's see if I can... I'm probably not going to get hit here, so I'll see if I could use that DPM to regain some health. Trying to go for those headshots, but they're a little bit tricky. We'll say it's probably a good idea to run fully to the left-hand side. Just in case he does do the bullet shoot. Make sure you get enough time to avoid that. Okay. Managed to get through that part. Anytime you bust those bullets out, that's usually like a pretty lethal maneuver. So you want to duck fully for that one. We'll say try to throw the try to throw the mushroom out while, like, right as soon as he's doing that move, though. The mass trick is pretty good. Might be better to use it a little bit later, but I'll just go ahead and use it right now. Ah, it was just enough. I think it takes, like, the Mosin Nagant, if you hit him in the head, takes out about half a bar of health. So, it was just enough. Okay, we don't need that. We do need the Patriot. We do need the Mosin Nagant. We're not going to get the RPG until after we get on the bike, since I didn't grab it before. Okay. I gotta say, I don't know if they reworked something in this game or what, but the tactic here usually is to use the Cold War. They'll be hesitant to shoot at you. I'll try it just to see, but I swear I tried to use it this time around, and like the shoulder soldier shot at me anyway. The idea is that if you're facing them, you have the Cold War, you know, flag on you, and they're going to be like, oh, I can't shoot the sickle and hammer, the Russian flag. And the idea is the soldiers are going to be like, oh, I can't hit the Russian flag. That's not kosher or whatever. But it seems to work a lot better in the original version of this game. I feel like I tried to use it one time after I had gotten it during the segment, and they just kind of like shot me anyway, no hesitation. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but it didn't seem to be that effective of a method. Oh no! I missed one, but it's okay. So the damage that you could do to this thing is negligible. You could actually do a decent chunk of damage if you're playing on normal, or I guess like an earlier difficulty. You can actually do a fairly significant amount of damage to the Shagohod while you're doing the bike segment, and it carries over into the boss battle segment, so it's actually really good to shoot the Shagohod with the RPG. Whatever. But extreme, it doesn't really matter too much.
Take him out!
Again, tactical reload, really handy in this spot. Didn't get them all, but that's okay. Taylor showed a video clip with me. I think it was those Outer Heaven boys or whatever that stream on Twitch. But oh, I did a shitload of damage to myself by accident there. But anyway, if you do the legacy game mode, you can actually do a tactical reload that's so fast that it fires at like 5 times the rate of like normal. Just quick switching in and out the weapon to reload quickly. So I haven't tried it myself yet, but unless it got patched, it seems like a really funny method that might actually be effective or handy in some regards. I might have screwed myself by accidentally shooting the RPG too close to me, because now I'm really like hurting. And see, they're still kind of shooting at me too, so I feel like the Ozcam is actually a little bit better just because of the 2/3 damage negation. Damage negation. Let me try to enunciate that. Since they still kind of take some shots at you. Sort of sucks. But whatever. Too late to complain now, I guess. Shit. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, you know what I don't know, actually, is if, the autosaves... I don't know if the autosaves, like, continue, like, after the continue, or, like, save after you do a continue, or if it's, like, a boss battle where it does it before. I guess it's too late now, unless I reload all the way to the other boss battle that we just did, the Volgan one. I'm pretty sure I made a save there. I'm gonna switch back to, let's just do the Ozcam.
There they are.
Good one.
Thanks. Sounds like you're coming through on a very tiny speaker in my ear. Oh, I couldn't hit that guy. Just scraping by. Jeez. Probably shouldn't have tried to shoot the Shago out that early on. Might be my one regret. Hold on. Couldn't tell which was the best way to maybe do this one. Should we zoom in on the scope? Pull up my camos, please. See if I can get a little bit of health regeneration here. A little bit of a delayed reaction on that one. Okay. Nice. If we get to the Shago HUD part, I was going to say, we should be able to keep the DPM camo on the whole time with, like, no problems. I'm a little bit worried with my health being this low, though, that if I don't regain it quick enough during the duration of, like, the Volgan fight and everything, that we might run into some problems in the forest section, specifically. So this is actually a part where I've just gotten in the habit of doing the, shooting the treads with the RPG, but it's actually a little bit better to hit the body, because the body will give you a little bit of damage. You can see up at the top that you're just ever so slightly chipping away. And if you're playing on an easier difficulty, you could actually take it down by like a quarter or more. I was watching old 420 Benny stream this, and I never did it before because usually I just hit the treads, and hitting the treads does keep it away from you, but the body works just as well, and if you hit the body, it chips away at this damage. And Benny was just shooting at it, and he was playing on like very easy or something like that, and I noticed by the end of it, like he had taken down that health bar by like 1/3. It was something insane like that.
C3 charges. More to the right. 3 more bombs left. Left. 2 more left. It's not here yet. Only 1 more left. The Shagohot's not here yet. Let it come closer. It's still too early. It's here!
I gotta wait all day. I want to wait all day so my health will recover. This is like another good spot though, just to, if you're low on health, good opportunity to regain some, because you're not going to be doing a whole lot in this. It's going to be putting you in trouble as long as you keep on this thing. I wanted to get rid of the SVD, and we'll need the Mosin later. Keep the Patriot. So as long as you hit the treads, he's not going to really do anything. Every once in a while, he'll sneak out a missile shot at you. But he doesn't, like, shoot anything else. And you can kind of milk this section, too, because if you shoot one tread, by the time you shoot the second one, you have, like, a full other timer to go down on. So it's like you can shoot one right after the other and just kind of, like, waste time that way. We're at a bad angle, though.
Got it!
Why is this happening?
It's working!
What have you done? It can't be.
And basically, you could get into a point where you're basically, like, essentially stun locking him, which is nice. Eva, move.
You're wasting your ammo.
It took her a long time to get out of that. It's like, nah, I can't do any damage from here.
Why is this happening? What have you done? Damn it.
There! Do that again!
Open fire. I can't move. Why is this happening?
When he says open fire like that, it usually means he's shooting the missiles or he's about to. But a lot of times he doesn't actually do it.
Here come the missiles!
Yeah, and then Evo is the only one that, like, notifies you if they're actually coming or not. If you got the Patriot, it's usually the best thing to go for.
Red.
Like I said, sometimes he just sneaks them out even though you get the treads, so.
I can't move. What?
Okay, first part done. So we actually regained a fair amount of health. Let's go back to the Ozcam.
Open fire. What have you done?
Oh, not gonna come after me. Good. Oof. You have a little bit of leeway with how far you can go back. Oh, thanks, Eva. Great. But you definitely want to go in the direction that he's not facing, so that would have been the opposite of the direction that I went in. I don't know what she threw at me, but... Damn it. Did she throw those way the hell over there? That doesn't help me. She's gonna run into me.
Here's some ammo.
What? Wait a second. Son of a bitch. The ammo that I was running towards just disappeared.
Here, use this. Open fire. Think you can handle this?
Damn it!
Sometimes I could pop some really good hits on him, but
I can't move!
it ain't happening this time.
And I'll grind you into dust! You're wasting your ammo! I'll grind you into dust!
He's got one bar left. Fortunately, they go down pretty fast, but still.
I can't move! Die! The Fritz!
I keep unloading and reloading. I don't need to do the tactical reload here. There we go. Sometimes you could do that one and it takes no time at all. Oh, we got fully re-healed. That's nice.
Pick 'em out.
Anyway, sometimes you do it and it takes all the time in the world. Or kind of going to be on the side of about 3 hours, I think, with this one. I see nothing but explosions. Okay. That part, not so bad. This part, usually pretty bad. These guys always, like, seem like right on me. And even if I feel like I'm hitting them, I always feel like it takes multiple hits, which it normally doesn't with Mosin Nagant. Normally, if you get the Mosin Nagant, you hit them once and then they're out. And they just close the gap on you so damn fast, too. This is the part I was worried about if we didn't get our health restored. Because I think you're pretty much guaranteed to take damage here. And once again, you can use the Cold War camo. But I don't know, with this one, and I don't know if it's just this version or not, it just seems like they hit you all the same anyway. And without that damage negation that Ozcam has, it just does not seem worth it. I'd rather just negate 2/3 of the damage that I'm taking for the entire duration of this segment. Alright. Once we get past the log, it's usually close to the end, but we still have to suffer these guys a little bit more. Once you see the cliffs, you're good. They're just going to crash right into them. Honestly, even if I was doing a lethal playthrough, I'd probably want to do Mosin Nagant anyway. Just because if you hit these guys, I mean, again, it seems like with some of the riders, it takes a couple shots, but pretty much instantaneously they go down. And even if you're shooting at their bikes with, you know, a rifle or something like that, it still takes a lot longer. You knock one of these guys off with a tranq round, that's it. They're not getting back up, and it goes down fast. I'll regain my health for 2 seconds. And we'll even have the Rykov mask on. Okay. Now comes one of the most frustrating segments in the game. No, not because it's necessarily difficult, but just because it's so damn frustrating to get Eva to walk around where you want her to. Okay. We are going to need the grenade, and woodland should be fine. We'll need these for something specific later. Mosin Nagant we'll keep. RPG we don't need. Stun grenade we'll need. AT camouflage should be fine. Okay, first order of business.
This tastes like crap.
Be thankful. Okay, first segment you don't actually need a guider. You can just run on. Probably want that and that though. Okay. There's a reason why I want the grenades. Alright, so I got that taken care of. Actually, you know what I do like to do? I should have left these in here, but since you don't really have a spot to use these anyway. I could be wrong, but I feel like the 3-star knockout is not as lengthy as a sleeping gas. So I tend to knock them out with the grenades. And then I just, as soon as they're knocked out with the grenades, I run over there with the SIG spray and just knock them out that way. Keanu, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that, man. Hold on. Let me, I also like to have the thermal goggles out. Let me pause. Hopefully this doesn't run out the counter. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. Keanu, thank you for the raid. I think you were doing more Yakuza tonight, weren't you? Let's see. Let's take a look. Yep. Like a Dragon. I go, okay, sorry, not Yakuza. They changed the name. Now it's Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. But thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Hope you've been enjoying the game. I think it's your first run through. One of these days I'll probably play through that, but that last one was so long. Yakuza 7. And actually all the Yakuza games are kind of lengthy. To the point where I'm like, I need to space them out a little bit. Like once every 3 years or something. Anyway, welcome in, guys. We are doing a little bit of Snake Eater. We're trying to do a Foxhound run. I did have one question that I wasn't sure whether or not it would work, because I died during a bike segment, and then I used the continue feature, and then I reloaded the autosave, and I'm hoping that the autosave was the autosave. Oh shit, did they actually wake up? I was hoping that the autosave was the autosave before the continue, but I'm not sure if it does it or not. They usually don't wake up that quick. So that it was either a different party altogether, or I don't know what that was. Okay, we didn't get an alert though, so that's nice. Okay, so from here on, you know what, I'll use that DPM camo. Get a little health up while we're doing this. Hello, Keanu. Welcome in. Good to see you. Thank you for the raid. I do appreciate it again. My suppressor might break here in a second. That won't be good. Okay, it broke, but it was at such a distance that I don't think it mattered. Where'd the other one go? Nice, nice. I always like it when there's improvements between sequels. Sometimes I feel like with the Yakuza series, especially, you know, the kind of original run, it didn't feel all the time like there was that much of a difference between games. So, you know, they were still fun, but that was also part of the reason why, in addition to them just being as long as they are, why I wasn't always on board to like play them one right after the other, because it kind of just feels like you're picking up right where you left off, which isn't a bad thing necessarily, but at the same time, it's like I do like things to be freshened up between sequels. They don't always do that. But yeah, if the combat's better, that's great. I'll get around to it eventually. I did enjoy 7 quite a bit. But, you know, I'm biding my time.
My imagination. What's wrong?
Okay. 3 guys down there, 1 way off in the distance, and 1 right underneath you. And that should be it. Let's wait for that guy to fall asleep and we should be golden. Come on, Eva. Oh, that guy needs to fall asleep too. I guess he did. Oh yeah, I also tried not to play that many RPGs, but yeah, there's so many games. I mean, this one's been great. I've streamed it 4 times already and gotten an ending. And now we're working on trying to get our little Foxhound ending, but not even ending, just like, you know, get a Foxhound rank. But yeah, as soon as I do that, I mean, that's it for this one. We'll be finished with it. Now I got to move on to other stuff. I'm looking to do some shorter experiences. Hopefully we'll get some shorter games in here that we can knock out in like a stream or 2, or at least stuff that I want to check out in that duration of time. And then we should be good to go until we get into October, which will allow me to do some horror games. But honestly, as cautiously optimistic as I was about this game, it ended up being pretty dang good. So I'm glad that they put some effort into it.
It was November 1st. Then,
Oh yes, it was.
early in the 20s.
I come.
Okay. So we saw it there. There is a system. I feel like in the original version of the game, you didn't have to be as precise with the countering with the CQC. With this one, there's very specific moments that you need to do it. And they're a little rough to pick up on. For whatever reason, I feel like the unhanded or unarmed is the easiest one for me to pick up on. Might work differently for other people, who knows? But I do feel like the unarmed was the easiest for me to get a read on. So you can see I countered it right there. There is both a sound cue and a slight slowdown. And you'll notice it if you're really looking. If you're really looking at the screen, you can see the slowdown happen. You can definitely hear the sound effect. But you want to just kind of like aim for those. And you'll probably have to reload and retry just to get the feel for it, but it's hard to do. It's going to be a toss-up. I don't know. You're asking if Delta's going to be my new go-to when I get the itch to play Metal Gear Solid 3. They still feel very different, so I feel like it's going to be one of those instances where, not to like an extreme degree, because this is basically the same as the original game, but it's kind of like with original Resident Evil 2 and remake Resident Evil 2, where it's like, you know, if I'm in the mood for one over the other, but not necessarily one is going to overtake the other. So, but they're both very fun, I think. Skilwo, welcome in. Thank you. Coming in that raid, I'm assuming. So there's 3 different counter animations that occur based on what you have. There's either the unarmed, there's one with a knife, and there's one with a CQC weapon, which is usually like a handgun. So let's see if we can do it with the knife. There we go.
Hello!
Okay, so that's the knife one. And again, once you get her health bar, we talked about this earlier, I haven't mentioned it in a minute, but once you get her health bar down halfway, it starts initiating a 2-time CQC counter. So you not only have to counter it the first time, but there's a second instance where you have to counter it. And it gets rough. It's not easy to do. You kind of have to have a good feel for it. I haven't even done the knife one in a long time, and somehow I still got it. I think that was just luck. Hey, what's up, Bismuth? Good to see you. I heard the hello, I just didn't know who initiated it. Okay, I completely messed that one up. I think it's when their arms go up, like when she grabs the gun. Let's see. See, I still missed it. If you try to execute it, this is why the button mashing doesn't work anymore. If you try to execute it beforehand, I think it just negates it altogether. Let's see. There it is. Okay, you could definitely see it that time. I was just pressing it way too early. So you see, there are different methods and different ways that it works. For me, the unarmed one was the easiest to get a hold of. I think by the end of it, the handgun CQC weapon, when you had to counter twice, was the hardest. But who knows? Works different for everybody. With this, especially on extreme mode, just be aggressive with her.
Where did you go?
Except in this part. If she's out in the open, you don't want to be aggressive. You also, if you have any other type of weapon that's not a CQC weapon, a knife, or an unarmed, you will not be able to counter her. Also, if you try to initiate CQC with her, you will not be able to counter her. So you have to keep that in mind. It's only with those 3 factors.
There you are. Brace yourself. You're better than I remember.
Tactical reload on the rifle. Get 3 headshots. You can see we already have her about halfway down. Stamina bar, which is pretty crazy. Battle's barely just begun. I think she's behind that tree, but I don't know. She might be behind that one, actually. Oh, yeah, she is. I tried firing, but I couldn't.
Here I come.
Okay, now he should be countering twice. I missed it, see? And she can fracture a bone here. Best bet is just to hide behind a tree. Whatever's going to be closest. Hopefully she's not going to fracture you, do some serious damage.
Here I come.
If she says she's coming, she's coming. So you better just ready up. Oh man, I still missed it. At this point, it might be just better to restart the damn thing from the beginning, but we got one more chance. And a lot of health bars to get through. But we'll see. Go to the old college.
Let's see what you're made of.
Anytime she tries to call you out, though, she's coming. There we go.
Get ready.
Oh, right into another CQC.
Your skills have improved.
Was that it? I think that was it. I think we beat her. Holy shit. Put on a white tux for that. I didn't think I was gonna make it. Can't skip this one. You gotta watch it through to the end. Thank you.
It's our only hope.
Patriot.
He dressed up for this. Dressed up for the occasion.
Jack,
Yes, sir.
or should I say, Snake. You're a wonderful man.
But anyway, with the CQC countering, you do have to do it for an achievement or a trophy. You have to do both. You don't have to like counter her constantly, but you have to do the 1-2 counter. So you have to at least get her down halfway. The good thing is that you can practice a little bit. The 2 counters that you do, like after the health bar or the stamina bar is down halfway, it's going to be a little bit trickier. But as we saw there, I mean, we didn't even come close to the music starting. You know, the Snake Eater theme is supposed to start there in that boss battle, and we were nowhere near that. So you can really finish that battle fast. Also, whenever you're doing this, I always pick the left one because you're in control. You can fire it. Just makes it faster. Oh, he's looking slick there. All right, home stretch. There we go. Oh, I knew it was going to be in the 3-hour mark because we had a couple long boss battles. Plus, I was wondering if I could be able to do it though while streaming, because I've already done it actually. Spoilers. I've 100% of this game. I've done all the achievements and I got all of it. But I wasn't actually sure if I was going to be able to do this while streaming, just because I was thinking I might get a little bit distracted, or I don't know, just like something would go awry. I'd miss something, or you wouldn't catch like an accidental death or something like that. I don't know. I was afraid that it wasn't going to happen for me, so I was kind of worried. It did take me a little bit longer than my last attempt at doing a Foxhound run, which was somewhere in like the 2:45 mark or something like that. So we did tack on like 15 extra minutes, but it's not that bad. 9 serious injuries, 2 life bars. I think last time I did this, I think I maybe had 2 serious injuries and no life bars missing. And of course, you can't use any life meds when trying for the Foxhound rank. You can't kill anybody, you can't get any alerts, can't do any continues. Saves, you could save as many times as you want, but, you know, that is going to rack up your time a little bit. But managed to do it. So, nice. I'm glad I got one in. I don't think I've done a Foxhound run on any of the Metal Gear games on stream. Done plenty off stream. Got plenty of achievements and trophies to prove so, but never had like video evidence. I will say though that with the new controls and stuff like the AT camouflage in Delta, it is so much easier to get a Foxhound rank. It's still a pain in the ass because, as we talked about before, the boss battles in this game feel so much worse. You know, not necessarily it's a bad thing, but it's just like they're really rough to get through on some of them. Even compared to the original versions, I feel like some of the original versions are easier. And then lacking stuff like the Mosin Nagant for half the game sucks, but you know, you could get over it. But it's, yeah, I want to say it's one of the easier Foxhound ranks to get in the series. But it still has a bit of a challenge to it. So, you know, do it. I recommend anybody that plays any of the Metal Gear games try to go for a Foxhound rank, or at least, at the very least, try to go for an all non-lethal run. Because I don't think that the games are necessarily meant to be played that way, because the beauty of all the Metal Gear games is that they give you options to play it however you want. But my personal feeling, I think like a non-lethal run, at the very least, is the funnest way, because it definitely emphasizes the stealth element of the game. And the better you are at perfecting stealth, and the better you are at making efficient runs, I just think the game feels more tailored to that. Even if it's not necessarily meant to be like that, it just feels like it's more tailored for that. And I think it's a funner experience to go for like non-lethal. But especially if you could do a Foxhound, it's rough. It is not easy in most of the games, but I do think that that's like one of the ultimate thrills for the Metal Gear series. But I'm glad we did it. So put a kibosh in that, and I think that's about as good as we're gonna get with the old Delta here. I don't think it can get better than that. So we'll probably call this game done and dusted as far as the stream's concerned. Thank you guys, all the GGs. Non-lethal runs are very, very fun. I think, in personal experience, they're the funnest way to play a Metal Gear game. But, you know, it's not for everybody. Some people do like to pick and choose their kills, or, you know, they like to kind of run and gun. I've seen plenty of people play Metal Gear Solid 5, for instance, you know, just going through, killing everything in sight. It is a way you can play the game, but I do love non-lethal runs. I think because it emphasizes the fact that you need to be stealthy, it makes the game kind of more what it's supposed to be, which is an action stealth game. Tactical espionage action. Alright. We do have some extras. We do have some secret theater stuff. Again, to get the secret theater, it's not like in the original game, where I think it's all unlocked on the second disc. You actually have to actively steal the film reels from soldiers on the field. And it's tricky to do because you can't knock them out. If you knock them out, that film reel is broken. So you actually have to hold them up. You can't throw them on the ground. You can't touch them at all. You have to hold them up and make them shake it off. So it's a tough thing to do, but it was fun. It kind of reminded me of doing the dog tags in Metal Gear Solid 2. But I got all of them, and in order to get like the Delta specific ones, you needed to get all the ones that were in the original game. So these I've already seen on stream. I do have recordings of all these, but these are all brand new. So what is secret movie number 2? Let's take a look. The hell? Grannon? Grannon's back.
Oh, you're the intruder everyone's talking about.
Still goes for the ball grab. A little lengthy there.
That thing away. You'll spoil my drink.
It's him. Sokolov. It's him you're looking for, isn't it? Because of him, I have been stripped of my authority. My research has come to nothing. Tank does not need a rocket. It needs something else. No!
Legs?
Legs. You'll be killed. Legs. Legs that allow it to go anywhere. Just as when humans learn to walk upright. That is the real revolution in weaponry. Don't you agree? Listen to me, you fool.
What are you talking about?
Put that thing away. You'll spoil my drink. You mean you've never heard of me? And you call yourself an agent? Very well, then. I am Alexander Leonovich Granin.
Are you going to kill him?
It is a revolutionary mobile nuclear missile system. A bipedal tank. Yes, a walking tank. A robot. This is the Order of Lenin. It is in honor of the greatest magnate.
I was just beating up Sokolov more than he already gotten beat up.
It was awarded to me in recognition of my brilliant contributions to the society. What are you going to do?
Is everybody just killing each other?
Tank does not need a rocket. It needs something else. Legs.
Man's obsessed with his legs. So Granin kicked so much ass, he's beat himself up. Yeah, it doesn't really make sense why he himself, like, why did they use the beat up model? I guess he just got through, like, kicking the shit out of Volgan. I don't know.
Did we beat him?
No.
I think it's weird that these are running at like 30 frames a second, too. It's clearly not 60 FPS like the in-game cutscenes.
No, you're the intruder everyone's talking about.
Typical capitalist dog.
No manners.
Wait a second, why would he be riding the Shagohod? It doesn't have legs.
Tank does not need a rocket. It needs something else.
He's good.
I am Alexander Leonovich Granin. Yes, a walking tank, a robot.
That was the first time in 15 years that Konami has acknowledged Metal Gear Rising. Okay. That was silly. Not a whole lot of original animation in that one, I feel. Well, actually, in this one, I guess there wasn't that much either. They just kind of like use the models over like existing scenes. When you watch these, and again, we've seen all these before, but like all of these are just like playing with the models in brand new ways. They're like not necessarily replacing cutscenes that existed in the game, but they're just completely original animations within the context of the game using the game assets. Let's see what the third one is. Why is he walking in there naked? Oh, because he's Naked Snake. I get it. Where's he gonna put that?
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss.
At least it's not on the nipple.
You are a true patriot.
Zoom right in on that chest.
Damn.
Oh no, wait, we got another one for you. Whoa. His face is like bubbling.
You know, we could use an infiltration unit like Fox in the army. Someone like him to handle our top secret sneaking missions for us. A man who combines the qualities of a soldier and an agent.
Secret Theater had a thing with the, what was it, the Secretary of Defense or whatever? He like went through hell and back just so he could get a handshake from Big Boss.
What?
Wait, Snake, I have a medal too. Oh wait, it's the president again. What the hell is that? Why were they taking pictures of her crying? Oh, hey.
I am a patient man.
Oh, hey, it's the leech. I did a leech run. This is like a reference to that. This looks like there's like some weird animations. Looks like SFM quality. Well, maybe if he took the leech off in the first place, now he's completely armored. Where'd you get that snake? Isn't that that's like the Peace Walker? Yeah, it says Fox, like Peace Walker armor. Still needs like 10 years to develop that. I'm prepared this time.
You are above even the boss. I hereby award you the title of Big Boss.
Not gonna bother picking that up. Oh, okay. I guess that was it. Metal is the name of that one. Alright. Alright, I like that one. Even if it was just on the Virtue that it had more original animation. I like the incandescent Cobra unit just because it played off of the fact that it looked like Sokolov was summoning some kind of Kamehameha in the original cutscene in the game. So I like that it played off that. The Granite Rising one was kind of funny, but it was also just like reusing a lot of the same animations. So I didn't think it was as creative. The metal one was fine. Some of the animations looked super weird though. Again, it just looked like kind of like amateur SFM type stuff. Maybe it like adds to it, but you know, it's one of those things. It was fine though. Oh, and there's all the original ones. Again, we've seen them all, so I don't necessarily want to go through all of them again, but they're fun. You could watch my VOD on YouTube if you want to see them. For some reason, that's like one of my most watched videos. But, okay. Alright, well, I think that's going to be it for Snake Eater Delta. Very fun game. Again, there was very little that I had to complain about. I think most of the game ended up working well. I really wish there was an FOV slider. I really wish that the animations were a little bit shorter in some regards. But I think other than that, I don't really have any major complaints about the game. It's a pretty fun way to play Snake Eater again, especially if you're looking for like a fresh coat of paint. And HD edition is not going to settle it for you. But I did enjoy the playthroughs that we did of it, so glad we got to go through it. Probably one of my most played games of the year, which is kind of crazy because I wouldn't have thought that would have been the case, but lo and behold, here we are. But yeah, super fun getting that Foxhound rank, even though this is like my second time getting it, so I dig it. Anyway, we're going to call it here. Let's take a look and see who's streaming. Let's see if we got anybody that we can raid. Let's see here. Old Benny's up. We were just talking about him earlier. He was streaming Snake Eater. Of course, he was working on his own Foxhound rank before, but I don't know. I haven't been around for a week, so I don't know if he actually managed to do that or not. But it looks like right now he's working on Tomb Raider 2 New Game Plus for the remasters, or the remakes. Well, remasters, I guess. No loads, no meds, so should be interesting. Let's go ahead and hop on over to Benny's, do some Tomb Raider, my other favorite game series aside from Metal Gear, and I'll be back tomorrow. I don't know necessarily what we're going to do. I think I'm going to start up something new again. I'm looking to start some relatively short games until we get into October, but we'll see how it goes. But anyway, thank you guys for watching. Thank you, Scoob, and thank you, Keanu Speeds. Make sure you go check out those streamers. Very good variety streamers. Friends of the channel. And, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow and Wednesday and probably look at starting something new. So until then, you guys take care. Have a good night. Later.